Hello everyone and welcome to the Hunter Association, your source for all things Hunter x Hunter. My name is Kaige.
And my name is Dylan.
And on this week's episode we are of... Hey, I saw that.
It almost happened again, guys. It almost happened again. We broke the streak though. We broke it.
We are of course joined once again by CJ from SuccWarCentral. How's it going, CJ?
It's going great. I'm so happy to be back on my favorite Hunter x Hunter show. And thank you so much for inviting me once again for this very special episode.
Very special indeed.
Absolutely. Yeah, we knew we had to get you on for this one. I mean, you know, it's kind of like a meeting of the biggest Genthru fans.
Yeah.
On maybe on Earth. How dare I say?
It'd be close, right? I mean, surely. Like, I don't think anything could beat this trio. Talking about this character.
Yeah.
I mean, we could probably take it a bit further and say we're the biggest Genthru fans in the entire solar system.
Ooh,
I would say.
spicy.
Yeah,
I like it.
I think, I'd be comfortable saying that. There could be some alien freaks out there that really like him, but you never really know.
You never know.
It's hard
That's
to
true.
say.
Yeah. But they're probably outside the solar system, you know?
True.
Yeah, so within is fair. Fair estimate. Yeah.
There could be a microscopic organism, though, that's a huge Genthru fan.
We're thinking
We
too
should
deep
take
now.
that into account.
We're thinking too deep
That's
now.
true. That's true.
Hey,
I
I'm
mean,
just saying.
I feel like, Genthru would probably be really popular among, like, the bacteria community.
Yeah.
Just because they're both absolute germs. Does
Okay.
that, does that
I mean,
make
that's like their
sense?
messiah.
Yeah, when you think about it, it's like the upper echelon, yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nothing to add.
Yeah. And of course, I have to like Genthru because I wear glasses and he wears glasses.
True.
And the only other Hunter x Hunter character I can think of off the top of my head that wears glasses is Wing, but, Wing is just, he could never compare to Genthru. Come on.
Nope.
It's Genthru.
Yeah, there aren't a whole lot of glasses wearers, and there is a Nove, I will add. That's a pretty big one.
We don't talk about Nove.
Oh,
True.
Okay.
Nove is forbidden.
True.
all right, that's fair. So anyways, after the Genthru discussion, we will obviously be going through our community comments. If you'd like to join in on the community and have your comment read, be sure to comment on the YouTube version, either on the video or the community post. Also make sure to like and subscribe to help grow our community of Hunter x Hunter fans. Additionally, if you'd like to know when new episodes are live, click the bell to enable notifications. If you're an audio listener, make sure to rate and review on Spotify and Apple Podcasts, and follow us on Twitter at TXHXAPod, as well as Bluesky at THAPod, for podcast-related updates and to submit responses to the weekly call-out posts. If you'd like, you can also email us at hunterassociationpod@gmail.com. As always, we provided timestamps in the description if you'd like to skip ahead to any of the aforementioned segments.
Woo.
Okay, so we have some news this week.
Yeah.
Some pretty big news. I'm actually going to let CJ take this one. I feel like you should get the honor of announcing this.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, on Sunday, April 6th, 1 week from when we're recording this, approximately, Hunter x Hunter is going to be making its return in Weekly Shonen Jump, issue number 19. We survived another hiatus, guys.
Did it,
We're
guys.
All right. You
We're
guys
back.
excited?
I'm so
Yes,
incredibly excited. This was dropped out of nowhere, right? It's shocking, but I'm here for it. I'm so ready.
Yeah, he just tweeted one day, like, after we haven't heard from him in so long, and then he's like, guys, I'm coming back. And actually, chapter 411, the first few pages, have leaked, and I'm sorry,
Right.
I can't do this. This is too mean. I'm so sorry, everyone.
No. They're absolutely right, though. You can go to Takashi's Twitter account, and the pages are right there, front and center. Promise you. April 6th, mark your calendars. Wake up early that morning for Shonen Jump. Hunter x Hunter will be right there. It's going to be glorious. And we'll be here
and
for it.
the cool thing about those pages that he showed, actually, we can very clearly see two owls on screen.
Oh, you're
So,
right.
I mean, That can only mean one thing, guys, and I'm pretty excited about it.
I think if you're an
Yeah.
Owl fan, you want to wake up early on Sunday. I'm just saying.
Yeah, let's just say, Owl
mean-
fans.
It's a pretty exciting development because what it means is that we were correct that Hisoka spotted Benolanov, and this also shows that Hisoka saw Benolanov disguise as Owl, and in order to match his greatness, Hisoka used texture surprise
Yeah.
in order to turn himself into a second Owl, because the only thing that could possibly defeat Owl is another Owl.
Is Owl himself? Yeah.
Of
Yeah.
course, yeah.
And that's why there's two owls. Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
you're
Two
absolutely
owls.
right.
That's absolutely huge. I can't wait to read what that's all about. So yeah, look forward to that and hear our breakdown of that next Sunday.
Yep. We'll be there. That's all for the news, though. Don't really have anything else aside from that, but that's a bombshell. So, it makes
Yeah.
up for the lack of everything else.
All right. So with
I feel
that, I
dirty.
think we're.
I feel like
Nah,
I need to
it's
take
fine.
a shower. We're
No,
bad
don't worry
people.
about it.
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
It's all good. We're just giving the people what they want.
Exactly. We're the news relayers here.
Of course.
But I think we're ready to get into the main topic of today, right?
Yes, I think we're ready to talk about Genthru.
All right, let's do it.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
All right, everybody, welcome to our character retrospective on Genthru. So, Genthru, also known as the Bomber, is the leader of the Bombers, which is a trio comprised of Genthru, Bara, and Sub, who are, a couple of legends.
Yeah, they're
We
kind
all
of
know Bara and Sub.
they're kind of like Zoro and Sanji to Luffy, if you really think about it. Like the right,
Yeah.
Oh god.
right,
Yeah.
right hand, left hand or the two right hands.
The
of,
wings of the
yeah,
Bomber.
the two wings of the
wings
bomber.
of the
That's
bomber.
right. That's
Oh my god.
yeah.
Yeah.
They're
My
important.
favorite thing about Sub and Bara is that I definitely know which one is which.
Yeah, it's really cool to be able to know that all the time. and
Yeah.
Never forget it. Yeah, I love
Yep.
that.
And we're not going to disclose that either because I feel like if you're a real Genthru fan, you should already know, right? So
Yeah, you should
this
just
is-
know.
This is a test.
this is a test for
Mm-hmm.
who's the real Genthru fans out there.
That's right.
We have to gatekeep the Genthru fandom pretty hard. Otherwise, it would be so crowded because like everyone would love Genthru. You
It's
know?
needed. Yeah.
Yeah,
needed.
it's really necessary. So the goal of this group is simply to clear Greed Island. However, their methods are just a little more intense than other people on Greed Island.
A
But,
little, but they're the goats for a reason. So like it's
Yeah, I mean, you got to get stuff done somehow.
yeah,
They got that dog in them.
they do.
They really do. Yeah.
So I'll start us off with a brief overview of Genthru and his introduction. So Genthru first graced us with his presence in chapter 130 of the manga, episode 74 of the 1999 anime series, and episode 61 of the 2011 anime series. The first time both us, the audience, and our heroes Gon and Killua see him, we are all led to believe that he is a total bro. Which he is kind of when you think about it. I think he's such a cool guy, very lighthearted,
Yeah.
very funny.
Honestly, yeah. Even
Yes.
beyond the reveal, I think he is kind of just an awesome guy all around.
I think he's very charismatic person,
Yeah.
even off the get-go, But
He's so charming. He's also, this is something I don't see talked about nearly as much as it should be, but he's like really what's the word, handsome.
oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
He's
I
a
would
total
say
stud.
he's yeah, I would say he's probably like in the top 200 most attractive male characters in Hunter x Hunter.
which is a pretty
top
high
200.
bar.
I think that's fair.
when you think
Easily.
about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think that
Yeah, that's. I mean, that jawline, you can't really beat that.
you can't. Can you name another character who has like a more intense jawline than Genthru? I can't.
Yeah.
I certainly can't.
Yeah.
I mean, he's like if Fred from Scooby-Doo were a twink.
Ooh, wait, that's
Yeah.
genius
basically.
comparison.
That's pretty much it.
So he is seemingly a second in command kind of guy to Nick's group. I think that's how you pronounce his name, right?
I have no idea how to say his name, to be honest.
We're just gonna say Nick's.
I
Who
should
has-
look. I should look up the characters, but like, I can't be bothered because he's such a loser. He could
All
never
you need to
compare
know-
the greatness of Genthru.
Yeah.
If you have
just need to know
Genthru's image
Genthru.
in mind, that's all you need. Who cares about Nick's?
That's right.
So Nick's group has the goal of taking down the bombers, essentially. Obviously, we all know that Genthru is the bomber, so we're not going to bother hiding that fact while going over this story. I think if you're a real Genthru fan, you kind of appreciate that he's the bomber in the first place, even if you can tell it off from the get-go, right? So, no need to hide that. He is the bomber. He is that guy. So it's not like it's been kept a secret for very long anyways. You find out very quickly. So at this point in time, it seems like Genthru is already well established in both of the groups he's a part of, and he just recently killed a member of the group named Jeet. Because Jeet sucks and, doesn't compare to Genthru. He needs to kind of teach him a lesson, right?
Irrelevant, yeah.
Irrelevant.
Gotta go. Any Hunter x Hunter character with a monosyllabic name has to go.
Yep, exactly. This
Yeah.
adds further fuel to the fire, though, of the group that's trying to take down the bomber. And, honestly, it kind of just leads to a downward spiral of the bombers just taking over, right? Because Genthru is the GOAT, like I'm saying. Him, Bara, and Sub. Who's going to stop them?
Yep. The rise of the bombers and the fall of those guys.
Yeah, those guys. And they don't even deserve to be named after those initial introductions.
So
Those
sometime
guys.
later, the group has acquired 90 specified slot cards, and they are all in high spirits at this point. This is the group that, the good guys, quote unquote, not the bombers. This is when Genthru chooses to reveal his identity as the bomber to the group. He also announces that he has already placed bombs on every single member.
He's crazy.
Yeah, he's a little cracked out here. He demonstrates this when a member of the group named Jispa tries to attack Genthru, and he simply blows his face off with one of his Nen abilities called Little Flower.
Yeah,
So-
it's a great scene. Like, Genthru announces to the whole assembled those guys group. It's like, I am the bomber. And Jispa jumps him and says, "Bomber? I hardly know her." And then Genthru blows his face off. It's great. Iconic scene. Burned into my
Yeah.
brain.
And it's so like why would you try to attack Genthru like that? After confidently revealing that he's the bomber. Like, I don't know. I would make a move on him personally. I think he's like the scariest dude in the room at that point, right?
Yeah, you gotta hand it to Jispa. That takes a lot of balls to go after Genthru like that.
Yeah. Fortunately, it
Yeah.
didn't pay off though.
No.
Yeah.
So this ability is a very simple one where he can create a small explosion on the palm of his hand when he grabs an opponent's body part. So, yeah, that's all that ability is. It's pretty awesome.
I
There's
think
some
it's
lore
pretty cool.
implications with it that we can get into later.
Ooh. Wait, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, we can get to that later.
Oh yeah.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
of course. Little flower lore. Sorry, that
it
was
is-
a weird chuckle.
That's what got me. But it is a weaker explosion than his other ability, since he needs to shield his own hands with more aura than he uses to detonate the explosion, which is actually a detail I didn't remember, and I actually think that's kind of cool.
It's pretty cool, actually. Yeah. I mean, it's really cool, like how he has to divert energy, though. Like, he has
Yeah.
so much to use that he has to divert it to protect his own hands, and
Yeah.
so cool.
Yeah, it just shows how much power he has and how much extra aura he has to spare.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Got to hold himself back.
Yeah, because not even Netero has to protect himself from his own abilities.
True.
So when you really think about it, he's just a step away from being on Netero's level.
Yeah, I'm
By
just saying.
which you mean Netero's a step below him, right?
Yes, actually, yes.
Okay, just important to clarify.
Absolutely.
His other ability is called Countdown, and with this, he can attach bombs to people by touching them and saying the word bomber, and also explaining both of his abilities in detail to them. These can be done in any order and seemingly with no time limit. This ability can be deactivated by the target touching Genthru and saying, "I caught the bomber." After revealing all of this to the group, he tells them all to give them the cards they gathered and to deactivate the bomb. So it's it's a deal. Give them the cards and I'll deactivate the bombs because he's a nice guy.
He's such a nice guy, and that's what I like about just the countdown ability in general too. It's like almost like he gives like his opponents a chance to like try and counterplay him because he's just so broken as a concept for a character, right? Like making a game out of this essentially.
He's like Hisoka. He's just run out of opponents powerful enough to match him, so he gives them a chance, because he's bored. So
he explains everything to them. He's such a nice guy to do that. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, and they still can't beat him.
No,
which just shows what a goat he is.
He doesn't like that information. Like them knowing that is irrelevant to him because he knows he can beat them anyways. Isn't that so cool?
Exactly. It's to give him a fighting chance because he's a good sport.
That's right. He wants a fair fight. So after this, we have. Okay, so I a little bit of behind the scenes. I forgot that we do bullet points now, so that everything we just read was like paragraphs, but now we're going back to the bullet point format. So my bad about that.
This was actually intentional, though.
Actually, yeah, this was very intentional, not a mistake.
No.
Yeah.
So Genthru meets up with the other bombers at this point, Bara and Sub, the goats. We all know them.
We know them very well. Yep.
Yep. We know which is which. A member of Nikkei's. I really don't know.
I don't. That's why I was like, I don't. Do we really care about him when Genthru is what we're talking about today? I don't think so.
No, I don't think we'll get a Nikkei's retrospective anytime soon, at least.
Unless you guys want it. Unless you guys want one,
maybe,
I guess.
Maybe if the hiatus goes on for like 2 more years,
Yeah, we run out of characters. Maybe we'll get to them. So a member of his group named Pooh Hat, which is an awesome name. I will name my firstborn that. He tries to negotiate with Genthru alone, but he is killed by Little Flower. Of course.
Yeah. Why? Yeah. Nothing to be said
now,
about that, really.
Pooh Hat is slightly memorable to me because he's the guy that has that really weirdly shaped head. He looks like someone from. Oh man, I can't even remember what I'm thinking of. Like Hajime no Ippo or because
because he has like the underbite, right? Like
he's got that absolutely bizarre chin that kind of looks like a scrotum.
yeah.
And he's also like friendly with Gon and Killua, and it makes you think he's gonna be an important character. And then,
that was kind of how that happened.
Yeah, he was kind of a nice guy, but he died, so that's unfortunate. R.I.P. to Pooh Hat. So Nyx, that's just what I'm going with. I don't know. He gives Genthru all of the cards, and it seems like they are about to deactivate the bombs, but they actually detonate all of them instead. A little trick. Yeah, bravo.
Yeah, another great scene where he and Sub and Bara just they put their thumbs together and they say, what's the line? Oh yeah, it's bombing time, then they just bomb all over all the Greed Island players.
Yeah.
Bara and Sub really did a lot to contribute to that too. I gotta say, like they're just as important as Genthru, truly.
Yeah. Did you see their thumbs?
Yeah,
like, they were thumbing it.
They were thumbing.
That was impressive. Yeah.
Genthru couldn't have done it without them. I have to admit, despite how awesome Genthru is here.
Yeah,
you really gotta give it up to them.
They're the wings of the bombing king.
Yep.
That's
bombing
right,
king.
Yeah.
That's Togashi never used that term, unfortunately, but I really think we owe it to ourselves as communities to bestow upon him that title, the bombing king.
Yeah, I think he earned it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this play of theirs wipes out nearly that entire group. There are I didn't actually know this. I saw this on the wiki when I was doing research. I guess 2 of them lived. They're nobodies. They don't matter. I don't even know how they lived really. I'm just gonna take the wiki's word for it. I don't know. I guess. I don't really know.
I know Abengane lived because he was. The Exorcist.
Yeah. I mean, he barely counts, but yeah. So after that, at this point, they're just trying to get the remaining cards and be strategic about the ones they already have by attempting to establish a monopoly on them. Another
So
brilliant
smart.
move.
It shows he's a
Yep,
businessman too. Like he has like an analytical mindset, right? Like he's just gonna
Oh, yeah.
look at
Yeah.
all the cards and create like a inflated market price as if he's scalping Pokemon product, you know?
That's yeah. Oh my
he's
god.
He's a businessman with a business plan who's going to make you money in business land.
Exactly. Yes.
That's right.
Just as he bombs entire groups, he bombs the market price of these Greed Island cards too.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you think about it, he's really like a warrior for the little guy, crashing the market, this unjust market. I mean, obviously, the Greed Island market is bad because it's called Greed Island. And because Genthru is crashing the market, that makes him a good guy.
Yeah, he's trying to dismantle the entire system, even if short term the prices explode of these cards. Yeah, I mean, he's truly long-term visionary.
He really is, yeah. So they have several failed negotiation attempts with, how do you say this guy's name again? Tsetsgera?
Sesgera, I think, yeah.
Okay,
Sesgera.
yeah. We all know him, but I can never say his name. Because Sesgera has cards they need, yada yada, you know the deal.
Yeah.
They force random people to use the card Risky Dice, which is that one that kills you if you get a bad roll, to try to get the Wild Luck Alexandrite card. And this is actually another moment I kind of like where, they literally just get these random ass people to do this death game for them.
It's kind of fucked up, honestly. But,
It's pretty fucked.
as nice of a guy as Genthru is, though, sometimes you got to get your hands a little dirty, and I respect it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the world could barely get by without Genthru's greatness, so he can't, risk himself.
No, yeah.
Of course.
For the
Yeah, he
greater
knows
good.
he's too important.
Yeah. The Hunter x Hunter world would collapse without him.
Right.
Yeah, easily. Eventually, they get tired of Sesgera's shit and decide to just steal the cards from him. The method of doing this is kind of complicated, but they basically send people disguised as them to do the trade while the real ones hide nearby and use the Risky Dice card in combination with the Levy card that lets you steal to steal some cards.
And this
Great.
is another great moment.
Yeah.
Because it shows what a good guy Genthru is. Because there's this moment where Sub or Bara, obviously we can't tell you which is which because of the whole gatekeeping thing, but one of them offers to roll the dice, and then Genthru's like, no, we share the risk together.
Yeah.
Which just shows, he's such a great guy.
He's willing to put his life on the line, too, for the sake of this goal of theirs.
Yeah. He puts his life on the line a little bit. He takes calculated risks.
Right. Yeah. At this point, after stealing those cards, they are only missing 3 cards. One of them is Plot of Beach, which we all know is Razor's card. Which they know they cannot possibly get because they don't have friends. So they monitor Gon with the goal of getting it from him.
But who
Or just his group.
needs friends in that trio though? When they have
Right.
each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just have each other. That's all you need.
Whereas
They're
Gon,
true
Gon has a fake friend. So truly, I think they picked they use their time wisely to monitor him and plot to steal from Gon. Because I don't know, does Gon need that card? Let's be real here, guys. Let's be real.
Yeah, Gon has a weird smelly grandma and a little silver-haired henchman.
Yeah. What does he need that for?
Whereas-
What does he get that card away from him? They picked it
Yeah,
up.
whereas the bond between Genthru, Sub, and Bara is forged in the fires of true friendship.
Brotherhood. Yeah, they're like the 3 brothers from One
Absolutely.
Piece, really.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they really are. Absolutely. The Yeti Cool brothers, if you will.
Oh, even better, actually. True.
Yeah.
That's actually bonded forever. The Yeti
Yeah.
brothers.
Except there's only 2 of those. I guess
That doesn't really matter.
Sub
The
can
third
be
one's
the gun.
Caesar.
Yeah. After Gon and friends get the card, Genthru calls Sesgera and tries to strike a deal. During this conversation, he reveals that he killed all the members of the Alliance from earlier, which gets Gon fired up. This is the beginning of Gon and Genthru's heated, well-established and developed rivalry that's brewing through this whole arc.
Very well established at this point. I
yeah.
think. Yeah, not it's was built up from the beginning of Greed Island when you really think about it. Teased the entire time. If you know, you know, right? But
Oh yeah.
the
signs are all there.
Yeah, exactly. But we're reaching some climactic parts of this though, and it's gonna pay off really well, I think, towards the end.
Yeah. So
Definitely.
SuccWarCentral then manages to steal some of the Bombers cards. This is a whole elaborate thing that I cannot be bothered to go over, to be honest. This is when this is like the shenanigans where it says SuccWarCentral and Genthru are just like using a company back and forth like across the whole planet.
How
we
nice
love
of
it.
Genthru to like play along with that game though, just to give him a bit of a chance, right?
He's just playing a little game with him. He didn't need to do that.
He didn't do that to fall into their trap, right? He's just trying to be nice. He's just like, hey, you're struggling against me. I get it. I'm the big guy here. Like, I'll play along.
Just throw him a bone.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Genthru could just snipe them from across the island with supercharged Little Flower, Black Flash, Omega, but he's so kind to not use that ability,
Because he knows he doesn't need it either. So just
exactly
spend a little time playing along, just playing around, and he'll get the job done when he can.
Yeah, of course. So that continues for a while until they decide to just go for Gon's group directly without using SuccWarCentral as a middleman. They just at this point, they're just fed up with SuccWarCentral's bullshit. They've been putting them through a lot
they got bored
this whole time. Yeah, that's a better way to put it. They just got bored. They didn't want to play along anymore, so they just they went with their own plan.
Because at the end of the day, SuccWarCentral is just not that interesting or fun to play with.
Mm-hmm.
He's just some guy who jumps high.
Yeah. He does jump very high, though. It's pretty impressive.
That's true.
But Gon can jump higher, so. And that's, that actually might be why, Genthru, might be why Genthru chose to go after Gon instead, because he saw the jump that he was capable of.
Exactly.
Ooh, smart.
He thought, perhaps one day he will be a worthy opponent for my godlike power.
That's right. That's right. Similar to another character in the series, but I mean, So he tries to trick them into thinking he will make a deal with them, but when that doesn't work, he just says that he will kill them if they don't hand over the cards. Another really well thought out, genius plan.
Genius.
So this also doesn't work. Unfortunate, but I mean, all plans have holes.
Yeah, this one wasn't 100%, even if there was a 1% chance of failure. He just got dealt an unlucky hand,
Yeah, and it's like, he could have come up with a better plan, but he has to hold back his mind as well as his powers, or else everything's just too easy for our goat Genthru.
Absolutely.
Right. Yeah, gotta limit yourself a little bit. He might even have like some brain, inhibitors installed so it doesn't like work too fast.
Yeah, I imagine every day to make sure his brain doesn't work at full capacity, he just like bashes his head into a tree and chants to himself, "I will clear the game. I will clear the game." It's just, his little morning routine.
I could definitely see that being the case. That makes a lot of sense. It would explain a lot. So, Bluesky and Killua then split off to deal with the goons. I mean Bara and the other one, while Gon takes on Genthru.
It's 2025. You can't say goons anymore. You have to say minions or perhaps henchmen.
Well,
you can't say goons. You just can't.
But it's a good word.
I
didn't change the definition. It's not my fault.
Yeah, it's society's fault.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm just saying we live in a society and we have to play by the rules of society.
We do live in a society.
But kind of dude, the only chance Gon's group had against Genthru and his brothers in arms is to split them up. How unfortunate is that, right? How sad is that even?
It's really unfair that they did this to them. It's a dirty trick.
Exactly. Yeah, and because I think this shows the difference in the relationships between these groups.
Yes.
Like, if Gon was truly confident in the relationships with the people around him, he would have had them all fight each other 3 against 3, and fought with the power of true friendship.
Yeah.
But, because he knew that Genthru's bonds with Sub and Bara were so much greater than his bonds with his weird grandma and little henchman, he had to split them up, because in a 3-on-3, the bombers would win, of course.
And this really shows Gon's selfishness as well as a character. And I think it just, what a poor MC, what poor actions from our MC here.
Oh, yeah. Now, Gon is the worst main character I've ever seen. I mean, he's just, he's so selfish and is just the devil. He's never done a good thing in his life ever,
Nope.
Yeah.
Yeah. How can you not be on Genthru's side here? Like, that's the question I pose.
Togashi wanted us to root for Genthru during this whole arc, I think.
Yeah. That's why he
but sometimes the villain
so
has to
early
win.
in the story. Whoop, my microphone.
Sometimes the villain has to win. That's right.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll be talking a lot about that next week though, because our next retrospective is Gon. We'll be talking a lot about how much we hate him and wish he was dead. So look forward to that.
Gon got off too easy.
He really did.
Yeah.
We're gonna lay into him. Trust us.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Awesome.
So the fight happens. It's pretty cool. During which Genthru manages to blow off one of Gon's hands and crushes his throat. So we've got a dub in there still.
That's our goal,
awesome.
dude. They crippled our MC here.
That's impressive.
Oh yeah, he's that throat grab. That just shows that Genthru is not only the strongest, not only the smartest, not only the cleverest with his foresight and planning, he is also the grippiest.
That's
so
right.
true. Absolutely true, yeah.
Gorilla
His grip
Genthru.
game is kind of crazy, yeah.
Yeah, gorilla
Throat goat,
grip
perhaps?
Ooh.
Oh god.
So
Yeah, I mean, Sub and Baro would know.
They would, yeah. They
would.
could say a thing or two about that. They're basically a polycule when you think about it.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, to set off the bombs, they literally had to get their thumbs out and touch tips,
Yeah.
They really did. They absolutely did.
There's something there. I think you guys are onto something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. So Gon beats Genthru by dropping a big rock on him, but he dodges that. I want to let you guys know. He dodged that.
He dodged that. He's our goat.
But he's kind of shocked from having a big rock dropped on him, so he's a little shaken. I can't blame him. I'd probably be in the same situation. You almost have a rock crush you. I'd be freaking out.
Yeah.
It's only human. He's only human, guys.
Yeah, and like he's been chasing around Sasgara, and he's just like he's been chasing Gon around for a while. He's had
out
a
of the
long
kindness
day.
of his heart, by the way, just to play along with the game. So
I would like to think as well, he had the foresight of many days ago even seeing that a rock would be dropped on him. He just didn't have the time to place a bomb on this rock to blow it up in time on reaction. So, he didn't have the prep time when you think about it, I think. That's my theory.
Actually, I think he did meet the condition by touching the rock and saying bomber. It's just that in order to activate Countdown, he has to also explain his abilities, and the rock didn't have ears, so the rock couldn't hear the explanation, then he couldn't activate it, which is, a really kind of it feels a little contrived on Togashi's part. Like, of course the one rock that gets dropped on Genthru doesn't have ears. Like, it feels like he just needed a BS way to let such an overpowered character be beaten. So he had to invent this earless rock.
It's total bullshit. I won't really forgive Togashi for that one. I forgive him for a lot of little conveniences in writing like that, but that's just one I can't really forgive.
No, absolutely.
So at that point, while he's shaken, Gon unfortunately delivers a big punch to his gut and knocks him out. He coughs up blood and everything. It's a horrible sight. You hate to see it.
Yeah, I can't believe Togashi would write that in, to be honest.
Yeah, honestly. And he gets beaten by a big punch. Oh, how creative.
Whoa.
Where have I seen this before, wow.
Yeah.
So, another shitty case of Togashi's awful writing. I don't know why we cover this series.
I don't know either.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just a hate reader.
True.
Yeah, at this point.
Yeah. I wake up every day with fresh hatred.
Absolutely.
Drinking
It's all
that
because of
Haterade.
this writing right here is kind of what stemmed it for me, to be honest.
Yeah. Unforgivable. So at this point, his companions are completely destroyed by Aquilo and Bisky. There's like no contest whatsoever.
And again, this was because they split them up in the first place.
Yep.
If it was 3-on-3, it would be no contest the other way around, I think.
Yes.
No, Togashi
Yeah.
has a hate boner for Sub and Bara, and I don't know. They didn't have time to shine, and that sucks, I think. How can the right and left wings of the bomber, the bombing king, just go out like that? It's really shitty writing, I think.
I mean, I feel like Greed Island was probably, it feels like because of the sporadic release schedule, this is probably when Togashi's health problems were starting. Because like, if not, like he felt like he had to rush to the end of the arc, because otherwise we would have gotten a Sub flashback, we would have gotten a Bara flashback, we would have gotten 3 Genthru flashbacks, you know?
Oh yeah.
Because they're such integral characters that, like, I know Togashi wanted to do more with them, he just couldn't.
Absolutely, for sure. Like, there's no doubt. So yeah, this is the end, pretty much. Genthru and his brothers in arms get tied up and are forced to give their cards to Gon, completing Gon's collection and winning him the game. Cheated, it's kind of bullshit.
Yep.
And from this point on, Genthru, he's just an emotional wreck. This is my favorite moment in the series right here. Just seeing Genthru so broken up and torn apart at the seeing his kingdom crumble here.
He was so close. He was missing 3 cards, right? Like, that's it.
Yeah. It's just devastating to see a man that broken.
Yeah, it really rivals. Just that breakdown scene in general. Like, it kind of reminds me of right before post time skip, like in One Piece, like with like Luffy breaking down. I think this rivals that even. I
still have my friends. Yes, that's what he has.
He has
that's
Sub
what
and
we're
Bara.
gonna see. That's that scene. I still have my friends. That's what we're gonna see when the black whale gets back to the mainland. That's what we're gonna see.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, because if Togashi ever gets around to writing the Meteor City arc, like, Genthru's gonna be the main character.
I mean, yeah. There's like no question.
No question at all. But yeah, this is really sad though, and it really makes me feel for Genthru, and kind of what solidified him as one of my favorite characters, in all honesty.
Yeah, and all of fiction.
Yeah.
So, Gon decides to use the Angel's Breath card to heal all of their wounds. So,
finally,
little dub for Gon there.
Finally, a nice act from this kid.
Yeah, fine. He did one nice thing in his whole life. You got to give it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like the weight of all his sins was impressing itself upon him, and he decided to finally do one good thing, hoping it would redeem him. Spoiler alert, it doesn't, but
No.
Now, Genthru made him see the light for a little bit, I'd like to think. So, there's that.
Yeah, because Genthru's just that good and pure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that light blowing up in Gon's face wasn't just Little Flower, it was the light of truth and justice.
And you know what? That light, that ray of like sunshine and light that Killua sees in Gon later on, I'd like to think that was birthed from Genthru and Gon's heated rivalry and climactic finish, in all honesty. I think Genthru really broke through to him. Although
I think it was a little weird of Togashi to just copy the earlier scene where Sub and Bara look at Genthru and go, "Genthru, you are light." Like, it was a little weird to reuse that.
Yeah,
whatever.
It was almost 1-to-1, right? Like, if I remember correctly.
Pretty messed up.
But I guess, like,
easy.
if you achieve greatness by writing a character like Genthru, I mean, there's nowhere else to go but down, so you may as well just do it again, because it's already perfect.
Yeah.
Just run it back,
I can't blame it necessarily, yeah.
Yeah. So the final Genthru moment is when, how do you say his name? You just said it, CJ. How do you say it?
Abengane.
Abengane, that's it. He comes out of the shadows and touches him, saying, "I caught the bomber," which dispels countdown on him. That was a whole thing that has been going on, but
Catching him
not
while
really
he's
relevant.
tied up, messed up. Like,
Yeah, that's really fucked up of
Yeah.
Abengane, I gotta say.
I mean, it was the only way he stood a chance.
True. He knew that.
Mhm.
catching a man
And
in his
even
most
then-
vulnerable moment too, after the breakdown. Like,
Yeah. Even then, if Gon hadn't punched him in the stomach, Genthru still would have beaten Abengane while tied up.
oh, you're right,
Mhm.
absolutely.
Yeah, I think you're right. And that is how the magnificent story of Genthru comes to a close. He was never seen again. But that's not to
Unless-
say he will never appear again.
He's not dead. You know, he still has
He's
his
not
abilities. You know, who's to say he's not on the ship? I'm just saying.
Hey.
Yeah,
never know.
I've actually had a few theories about how Genthru can be reintroduced into the story.
Yeah. Let's hear it.
So first of all, it's heavily implied that Genthru is a member of the Hunter Association. And with all the turmoil that's happening on the Black Whale, it's very likely that, like, not all the Zodiacs are gonna make it out of this. So, after all the stuff on the Black Whale goes down, like, we're gonna need new Zodiacs. We might even need a new chairman. And I mean, I think at that point, like, the obvious candidate would be Genthru. So, yeah, I feel
Yeah.
like Togashi might have to write him back in as the new Hunter Association chairman.
I can see it 100% actually.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's pretty plausible.
You know, he's the
Yeah.
bombing king for a reason, right? What better
Exactly.
spot for a king than, you know, the top of the association, I think. And then, like you said, I think multiple Zodiacs might not make it out of this alive. So that's where
Yeah.
Sub and Bara come in as well.
Yep.
Oh, that's a good
Absolutely.
point. Yeah,
Yeah.
because what would he be without Sub and Bara?
Exactly.
Yep.
They all need to be together. They are a group. They are
Yeah.
all-inclusive bundle.
There's also the idea I've seen floating around on Reddit and such, that, you know, Krollo is trying to steal a national treasure to upgrade Skill Hunter, and we never find out Genthru's nationality. Because if Genthru comes from the Kakin Empire, I think he could qualify as, like, a national treasure. So I
Oh
think Krollo's
my.
gonna try and steal Genthru.
I think you're right. You're onto something there.
Yeah.
What if, hear me out, kind of a crazy theory, but, you know, we know that Beyond has a child, right? And we know that there
you're
maybe
so right.
there might be some princes that we don't know about, illegitimate or legitimate. I'm just saying. What if Genthru is Beyond's child and he's on the
We
ship?
might have to do a whole
Oh my God.
episode on that, Dylan.
Yeah,
And
I
if he
think that
wins the
Oh.
Succession War, he will
Genthru.
really
Man.
be the bombing king.
yes, he would be. He'd be a king.
Yes.
Exactly.
That's how we achieve world peace in the Hunter x Hunter world, I think. This is it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think there is not a single other theory that I believe in more than this one, I think.
He can
Yeah.
become the chairman of the Hunter Association and the king of Kakin at the same time.
What a power play that
And-
would be.
There's also the possibility, if he is truly Beyond's child and an illegitimate child of the Kakin Empire, Sub and Bara could be his guardian spirit beast.
Oh my god.
Li-
You're right.
game
that's it.
changing. Game changing.
That's
it.
it.
Oh my
Wow.
gosh. I'm all in. I'm all in on this theory now.
Yeah, and because of course he's Genthru, he's crazy special like Terror Sandwich. He gets two guardian spirit beasts, Sub and Bara.
Yeah.
I don't think Terra Sandwich stands a
Man.
chance against that.
Oh no, there's no way.
No way. No,
No.
shot.
He would not win against.
What's a
The might
prodigy
of the
to a king?
bombers.
Yeah, what's a prodigy to a bombing king?
That's right. Yeah.
But, you know, that's all just the theory, I suppose, but I think it's very likely, and you all
Well,
should believe it too.
it's basically fact, but you can call it a theory,
True,
I suppose.
for the sake of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just for the sake of argument.
But
Something
yeah.
else.
Go ahead.
Something else I thought was interesting is that it's just assumed by everybody that only one set of players or only one player can clear Greed Island, but I don't think that's actually ever stated in the rules anywhere. So, what if after his unsportsmanlike defeat by Gon, Genthru just wins Greed Island like a month later?
Oh.
And goes,
I-
oh,
This is a thought I've like actually had before. I do wonder if somebody can re-clear Greed Island, and if somebody were to do it, it would be Genthru.
I think so. Yeah. Who else would it
I
be?
mean,
yeah,
like,
of course.
We don't. Did he get like arrested? I guess we don't really know. Huh? We don't know like where he went. Maybe they just left him tied up there.
According
Yeah,
to
I mean-
Hunterpedia,
Who's gonna arrest him?
we last saw him tied
Uh,
up, but like that was the last we saw of him, so we don't know if he got arrested after that.
Genthru cannot be contained by the Hunter x Hunter world's legal system.
So true. So, yeah, maybe we'll pop in on him again, and he will be a winner of Greed Island, and he'll have taken what card would he take?
Ooh,
He'd probably,
wait.
it'd be one for Bar, one for Sub, and one for him, of course. So.
Right. He's a very caring brother, right? So one for
Yeah.
each.
I'm thinking that pregnancy card. You probably take that
God.
one.
Of course.
You gotta take that one.
Yeah.
Make
I
their-
think they would
make their
just take
dreams come
3 of
true.
those.
3 of the pregnancy
Honestly.
cards.
I think you're right. Yeah. Make their wildest dreams come true. That's why they wanted to win the game.
Yeah. They've been trying for a baby for years and it just didn't work.
Hey,
Yeah.
offspring of the bomber would kind of go hard though. Like that could be a very powerful being.
Yeah, that'd be insane.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I mean, we already established that he's almost certainly like Togashi set it up. Genthru's gonna become king of the Kakin Empire. He's gonna need children to
Ooh.
Yeah.
to do a future succession war, and nobody could possibly be worthy of producing these children other than the bombers. Like,
Yeah.
I didn't think
Like,
about
what
this
is it-
tying into the succession war. That's
Uh-huh.
not- that's
Yeah.
smart.
Oh yeah.
like what are they gonna do? Get with a woman? Ew.
Hell
Yeah,
no.
why would you do that?
No,
Hell no.
you can't taint the bomber's masculine glory with. I don't know where I'm going with this.
No, he won't
No,
be.
you're cooking.
There... we kind of went off the rails, I think. With
Well,
Genthru, but
you know, that's just how it is sometimes.
that's true.
These
that's
are
true.
these are how the best theories are born.
I can't deny that. You're absolutely right.
Exactly. Every good Hunter x Hunter theory starts with, "Hey, so remember that Greed Island card, the pregnancy stones?"
You're right. Yeah,
That's
I
right.
can't deny it.
If someone
that's
starts a
right.
sentence with that, you know it's going to be an absolute banger.
You know, I've never ever read a bad theory about that in my
Never.
life. Ever.
They're all good.
So I mean, they're all so good and I love them all.
There's a reason they're all upvoted on Reddit, right?
Yeah. I've never seen one downvoted before.
Nope.
So, I think that's about all. Unless anybody has some closing thoughts before we get into other people's thoughts.
I just want to say that I love Genthru with all my heart. He's very memorable. His rivalry with
Yeah.
Gon is one I'll cherish and remember forever. It's something very important to Gon's character, especially going later into the series. You know,
Yeah.
definitely had lasting impression, as Genthru did, rather. And I hope we see him return in the near future on the boat.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to say Genthru is love, Genthru is life.
Yep.
And if anybody knows how to print onto fabric, and B has the right image dimensions to create a Genthru Dakimakura, also known as a body pillow, My email can be found in my channel description. Please, God, I need one.
Hit me up with that too, actually.
will
Yeah,
pay
I think I
any
might do that
price.
as well.
I will pay any price.
Yeah.
Any price.
If anybody's commissioning body pillows, please.
Yeah, they include all of us in that email.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll throw in a one. We don't really do fun facts on these episodes anymore because I've actually forgot we did those until right now. But I have one fun fact about Genthru that just came to mind. He's never been featured on a volume cover before, which is absolute horseshit.
Isn't that crazy? That
Yeah,
actually is
I mean-
crazy.
Yeah, I know. That's it shows you how much Togashi really cares about him, I think.
Sad.
Well, I think it makes a bit of sense because, like, after you draw a volume cover with Genthru on it, like, that's as good as it gets. You
That's
can't
true.
improve upon that. So I'm predicting that the very last volume of Hunter x Hunter ever released will be the one to have Genthru on the cover.
That makes sense. It would either be him or Owl, I think. Maybe like a double cover kind of thing, like the two of them like back to back, arms crossed.
Yeah. Or maybe they
Yeah.
could be kissing sloppy style,
Yeah, I think that'd be kind of cool if that happened.
It'd be pretty cool.
A little fan service.
I have some fun facts myself for Genthru as well, reading through his Hunterpedia page, if you guys want to indulge.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, heck yeah.
So, his Nen abilities are very similar to a couple of others that you may recognize from some Jump series or Shonen Jump adjacent series.
Can I guess what it is?
You can. Obviously, it's going to be way less cool than Genthru's, right? But like, you may have an idea, Kaige, of what they are. There's two
Killer
specifically.
Queen from JoJo always
That's-
comes to mind.
Killer Queen. Yep. That stand is so. The process is like irreversible, I think, with Killer Queen according to Hunterpedia, which is like kind of crazy and cracked. But like, Genthru needs a weakness for him to be fair to everybody else. So
Exactly.
yeah. But
David
also,
Bowie walked so that Genthru could run.
yes, exactly.
That's right. Can I have a hint on the second one, if possible?
If possible. Both characters use bombs as their primary weapon.
Maybe I won't be able to get it just from that at least.
His Nen ability may be a reference to Karasu from Yu Yu Hakusho.
Oh, Yu Yu Hakusho.
There you
Yeah, it's kind of a stretch if you ask me, but maybe.
Yeah, Genthru's way cooler, I'd imagine. Not that I've read Yu Yu Hakusho, but
Karasu's pretty cool, but
Oh,
but
that reminds me. I have a Genthru fun fact of my own.
okay, let's get it.
So, it's actually hinted at in Hunter x Hunter that Genthru was the only character to achieve enlightenment. Because, you might remember, you guys remember Netero's flashback, where his trainer at the dojo, upon seeing him return from the mountains, says he's achieved Bodhisattva in Buddhism. Bodhisattva is the state of almost achieving enlightenment. And so Netero is almost enlightened, and in his final moments, what does he do? He blows up the bomb in his chest.
Yes.
And that is
what's the bomb called?
That's right! Oh my god, you're so right! The rose! The poor man's rose. And it's the poor man's rose because Netero knows he could never compare to the true majesty of Little Flower.
That's right.
And so...
I'm just saying, I linked the theory earlier of Beyond maybe being related to Genthru, and Beyond is also Netero's son. So I'm just saying they all could be related. The flowers could all be interconnected.
Yeah. And I'm thinking because Netero detonated himself with a rose and he was a bodhisattva, he almost achieved enlightenment. The man who can create flower explosions at will has achieved true enlightenment. And in fact, this could be proof that Genthru is Netero's father, which would make Beyond his grandson.
Whoa. Interesting.
Okay.
I
see.
didn't think of it that way. I was thinking okay. Potential there for sure.
It could be both,
Yeah.
though. He could be both his father and his son.
That's true, because at the end of the day, it's all Genthru, all the way down.
That's right.
The Hunter x Hunter universe runs on Genthru.
Yeah.
The
He's been the
shape,
mastermind behind pulling the strings the whole time, so...
the shape of protons, neutrons, and electrons in the Hunter x Hunter universes are the same shape as the faces of Sub, Bara, and Genthru.
Yeah. And you can tell because of that chin. You cannot miss it.
Can't miss it. I do want to be able to go into all these very many comments surrounding our favorite guy here, but I do
Yes.
have 2 more fun facts to quickly
Okay,
go through
let's hear it.
before we go into that. First off, there was found in the Yu Yu Hakusho official character book is something called the Hunter x Hunter Manual, and what that lists is basically all these like different stats for characters, based off mind, skill, body, then ingenuity and intelligence. I just want to point out that Genthru has his own section there with his stats. According to Togashi, I guess, anyways, for mind, he's just a 3 out of 5, just kind of standard, which is, I think, kind of not crediting him
That's
enough.
insulting, I think.
I think it's a
Yeah,
little
I mean,
insulting.
It's because of all the bashing his head into trees he does.
Okay,
You know,
yeah,
to keep
that's
it fair.
true.
But
Yeah.
for skill, body, nen, ingenuity, and intelligence, all across the board, 4 out of 5s. I think
that's still underselling him,
I think
but I mean...
I think they should probably be 6 out of 5s at the lowest, but
Yeah.
I think it's
Yeah,
you know I know
mean-
Togashi wants to kind of like undersell him a little bit for his own greed and just like
Right.
pushing Gon as the MC for whatever reason. So
his own greed.
yeah,
yeah.
I
honest,
think
that's
you're
why I
right.
put him in Greed Island.
honestly,
Right.
Togashi's agenda is what ruins Hunter x Hunter.
Yeah,
I agree. Yeah.
absolutely.
It's insane. I don't know why we put up with it for as much as we do, but
I know,
It
like
is what it is.
all he gives us is like good story beats and fascinating character dynamics. Who wants that? We want hype moments and aura.
yes,
That's
it.
right, yeah. We want aura farming.
Yeah, Hunter x
Only-
Hunter should be like Jujutsu Kaisen on steroids.
Yes, yeah. Only fights, only
Yeah.
flashy moments.
Mhm.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The series should have started with the Chimera Ant arc.
Yeah, and work
Yeah.
backwards.
Yeah, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think that would have been a lot better.
But there's that. In case you were wondering about his stats, I guess. But then also, a fun voice actor fact. In 2011, the voice for Genthru, which is Hiroyuki Yoshino, also voices Sub in the 1999 adaptation.
Oh, what an upgrade.
Yeah. Yeah, and from brother to brother, right? But I don't know who Bara is voiced by, unfortunately. I think it's kind of, horseshit that he's not voiced by the same person too. They're all kind of equal, right? You'd think it
Yeah.
would make sense, but I guess not.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think they should have done with Genthru what they did with, if anyone gets this reference, Junko Enoshima, and given him 2 different voice actors to capture the vast array of his charisma and expressions, because there's too much richness to Genthru's character to be contained in one voice actor.
I
But,
think you're right, actually.
budgetary
This game.
constraints, and they would have to hire the best of the best. So, I get why
Yeah.
they didn't do that.
Yeah, that makes sense. That would have been the right call, but it probably would have been too expensive to pull off.
It is what it is, I suppose. But that's all the fun facts I have now. I ran out, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, with that, I think we're ready to get through all your comments. This is the highest comment turnout we've had since the hiatus started.
Genthru
unironically.
fans
So,
came out of the woodworks for this. I'm very excited.
That's because he's the GOAT.
He is the
That's
goat.
right. Let's get
Genthru
into
fans,
it.
we've been waiting for our turn.
Yeah, let's hear what some fellow Genthru fans have to say about our favorite character.
Absolutely. Let's get into it. Okay, now it's time for us to go into community comments for this week about our favorite character, Genthru. And you guys, again, really came out of the woodworks to voice your thoughts and comments about this character. So I'm very excited, as we all are, I think, to get into this discussion. But first, as a usual reminder for this section of the episode, if you want to get in on the fun, with discussing any given topic week to week, be sure to keep an eye out for YouTube community posts, as well as the call-out posts on Twitter and Bluesky. That's where you can leave your comments on any given topic. And as usual, if you're an audio-only listener, you can also email us at hunterassociationpod@gmail.com. So, first off, we have quite a few Twitter posts this week, actually. Again, you guys really came out to support our boy here. First up, we got a few different tweets, actually, from Kaige on Twitter saying, "The more I read the manga, the more I love him. He's the perfect fit for the arc. He's not your edgy or creepy villain or anything. He acts and looks more human-like. Type of guy whose ideas and motivations incidentally clashes with the protagonist, which they're both childish, I think is what he meant to say. Genthru was thinking, tricking, and basically killing everyone was the right way, while Gon thought that enjoying the game was what Ging's purpose of creating this game was. They both had lacking techniques, quote-unquote, too, which were clearly seen during their fights. Funnily enough, apart from P2, Genthru is the only person that made Gon sacrifice himself this much. Their fight was epic too, but that's enough yapping, lol." Yeah, when you really think about it, Genthru is kind of on a similar level to P2, but I think Genthru kind of far surpassed her with how quickly he made Gon sacrifice himself, right?
Yeah, I mean, Genthru got Gon's arm in a straight fight. Pito had to do that post-mortem Nen BS to even do the same thing.
Yeah, with a lot of built-up manipulation along the way when you really think about it. Screw up with his mind a little bit to even get them to that state. So, I don't know. I think Genthru was way more effective here, personally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to agree.
Full agreement.
Yeah, their fight is awesome, though.
Their fight is pretty epic, I'd say.
Yeah, pretty epic.
Best fight in the series, hands down.
Yeah, glad to hear you're loving him more and more and joining the Genthru Master Race, Shirokage. Thank you for the comment this week.
Yeah, he's one of the best characters of all time. So next comes from Zigzagunin. Hey, speaking of gooning.
Yeah, there you go.
I like that he's yes, it's a two-parter. I like that he's the grappler in Nen Impact. His moveset in Nen Impact actually looks kind of cool.
I can't lie. I cannot lie.
It's a fun idea.
Don't sue me, but I haven't played Nen Impact yet.
You will this summer, though. You will this summer.
That's right.
Oh, it's not out yet.
No, it's not.
It's not out yet.
I knew that.
We got to play it early at Frosty Faustings, but
yeah, we were invited because we're so cool and famous.
We had media passes and everything.
Us. Yep. Got behind closed doors.
Signed a lot of autographs. Awesome. It was great.
Red carpet. They rolled it out for us. They're like, "Oh, the Hunter Association's here. What?"
Yeah.
Anyways, also I think the way his ability works is fun. His him friendly. Patting him, I guess, friendly patting everyone and warning them. Yeah. Warning them to watch out for the bomber is a great setup. I do it sometimes, and it's just a game of tag when they recognize what happened.
Whoa, he thinks he's the bomber IRL.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I love the implication that this person also has the ability to just blow people up. Sure.
That's it. I do it sometimes too.
Yeah, don't we all?
We've all been there.
We all want to be there.
We've all blown some guy up.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. All right. So the next comment is very brief from Spirally X. April Fools! We're doing a retrospective on Bomber, lol. And I do appreciate. Hey, yeah, I don't know what April Fools is. I mean, we're recording this on the 30th. So what even is April Fools?
Yeah, we had to delay it to April 1st, specifically due to timing constraints with recording. So I'm not sure what you're referencing about this April Fools. This sounds kind of fake to me.
if I wanted to trick someone, why would I trick them on a day designated for tricking people? Then they expect it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Exactly. No. And this is a very serious retrospective for our boy Genthru here. So,
Yeah.
I appreciate the comments, Spirally X, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, one thing I will say is that Spirally X did capitalize Bomber. So, that
Hell
shows the
yeah.
bare minimum of respect.
That's some respect. I gotta give it up.
I'll give you some credit. But thank you for the comment, though.
Yes.
Next up, we have our last Twitter post, I think, this week from Terror of Talos, saying, April Fool's aside, again, I don't know what you guys are referencing with this. Like,
what is this about?
Whatever. Okay. He's honestly a serviceable antagonist. I think what hurts him the most, compared to every other antagonist in the series, is the relative lack of significance to the plot or characters on a deeper level, but that's not a bad thing. A little bit of disrespect there, but I see what you're saying. His fight with Gon is genuinely one of the most underrated fights in the series, though, and his abilities are interesting. Him being fazed by Gon's recklessness was notable considering his own actions and mindset throughout the arc, to the point of him recognizing Gon's talent and questioning why he would potentially throw it away due to pride. I actually consider this whole situation a much more race-stakes follow-up to Gon wanting Netero to use both of his arms and legs. So, hey, I like this, comparing Netero to Genthru here. I think that's very,
Hey, yeah.
I think it's very telling,
Yeah,
right?
it's very apt.
Discussions earlier. I also like the condition of Genthru having to explain how one of his abilities works in order to utilize it, which is definitely meta for the battle shonen trope of explaining powers in fights. So, he needs it though. They needed to have something to have these nobody characters stand up to him, right? Or else it'd be boring for us as the readers.
Exactly. There'd be no chance.
Yeah. Overall, a fine villain for something like Greed Island. It's just that he is also the most standard and least interesting major one in the series, so it's kind of easy to dismiss him. By the way, I'm not sure if you guys, or that many people in general, have brought this up, but his little flower ability and the miniature/poor man's rose weapon being both related to explosives such an intentional correlation, though I don't really have anything to add to this and just thought it was neat.
There we go. Hey, we're on the same
Yeah,
page.
we already talked that to death, but clearly, yes,
What the fuck?
this person
Netero.
knows what's up. Ignoring all the Genthru disrespect.
I want to break the bit for 1 second here, just to talk about the fact that Genthru's role in Greed Island is. You know what? Never mind. I'm not going to be real for a second. I don't want to genuinely piss people off. Let's just move on.
Okay. Can I be real for a second though?
You can
Just
be real.
since
Sure.
You can
Step
take
up
the
and be
mask
brave.
off. Yeah.
Just taking the mask off here. Genthru's role in Greed Island is objectively so goddamn funny. He's like a professional. He clearly designed 2 entire Nen abilities around this plan and winning this game. Like, he planned it all out, and then he just gets his ass beat by, like, 2 kids and a grandma who were just passing through.
Yeah.
Which is so funny.
Mask
It's
off
so
for
funny.
a second as well. Yeah, I think that's my problem with Genthru that may or may not piss some people off is that his whole entire ability is just resolved around this one situation in game, and he still loses at the end. So what does that make him look like?
And it's to people that had nothing to do with him until last week.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. There was no there was no emotional connection beforehand to make this something to be genuinely engaged in. It's just kind of thrown on you, and then he still looks like a loser. So
He's such a loser. Because again, he designed his entire power kit around winning this game, and then he can't do it. He gets beaten by kids.
I know. And it's honestly kind of crazy because if Gon and them hadn't showed up, I bet he probably would have won. He was pretty close. He was genuinely doing a good job.
Yeah.
Again, he's a fine villain, kind of like what you said, Terror of Talos.
Yeah.
But he's just nothing at the end of the day too. And that's kind of my issue.
But then again, if Gon and Killua hadn't shown up, nobody would have beaten Razor. Like, are you telling me that anybody in the game
true.
could have
Yeah,
beaten
wait, how
Razor
did
without
Genthru-
it?
Yeah, Razor's the
Without
crux
that?
to everything. And Razor is like the true... He's not even an antagonist, really. But in my mind, that's like... Razor's the Greed Island
He's
guy.
like he's the final
Yeah.
boss of Greed Island.
Yeah,
He's
like
the
that's...
final boss of Greed Island.
Yeah. He has so
He's-
much more significance to
dinner.
Gon's story.
He's
Oh, go ahead.
dinner, and Genthru is the, like, leftover going bad slice of cheesecake that you save for dessert.
Yeah, yeah. He feels so weirdly tacked on. I have tons of problems with him. I know there's a lot of genuine fans. These comments have proved that. I can't believe it. The reason this episode's like an April Fool's thing is honestly just because Genthru is a joke. I think objectively, like he just is a joke. Whether you like him or not, you got to admit he's a funny guy.
You can
Yeah.
fight us in the comments on that, I guess, if you truly care that much about him. But yeah. Anyways, this is where we edit in like the Men in Black like memory flash thing.
Yeah,
and,
you didn't see that.
We Genthru is
Yeah,
like the most awesome
that
human being
happened.
on the planet, and
Mhm.
I think he's a great villain. I think you're underselling him, Terror of Talos.
Yeah, fuck you for that one.
Yeah, and
So-
I think this next comment really gets us back on track.
Yes.
True.
Whose turn was it? Mine?
It's your.
Yeah, I
turn,
think it's your
Paige.
turn.
Okay. So yeah, next comes from Leo Dog 468, who says, "Man, where do I start?
I see
Genthru is
emojis.
really one of those characters like Owl to me. He just connects with you the first time you see him. So relatable to me, for no particular reason. And just a great motivation of well, you see, his motivation was so complex, my meager mind forgot it.
We've
That
all
happens
been
to me
there.
all the time.
Oh, yeah.
All the time.
You can't comprehend
I get
it
it.
sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
like
tough.
he's thinking in 60 chess, so it's only natural.
Exactly.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Greed Island was more about the island and the game anyway, and less about fighting a villain. Very true. I actually love Greed Island, but I think Razor was more of a fitting finale to it. Though the Genthru fight was hype, and Genthru scared me a lot before I realized how chill he actually was. Yeah. Also, I have a theory. Genthru was just Hisoka in disguise.
Oh. Okay.
Let's hear you out. Thinking about it, we know Hisoka likes kids. That's a sentence.
That is a sentence.
Oh god.
Only in Hunter
Oh
Hunter.
god.
Only in Hunter x Hunter would a theory start like this.
That's the opener.
Yeah, nothing good ever happens after someone says, "Hear me out, Hisoka."
Yeah. Very true. Let me rephrase that. He likes
Okay.
fighting kids who are
Okay.
strong like Gon and Killua. Okay.
Okay, we're back.
But he would never do that because they haven't reached their potential yet. So, what does he do to circumvent this predicament? Simple. He becomes Genthru and challenges them in a very non-threatening way using bombs that only injure but do not kill. This is very important because if he killed Gon or Killua, they would be dead and then he couldn't fight them anymore unless they had post-mortem Nen. Hold up. New theory.
Oh.
He was
Okay.
trying to kill them so he could turn back into Hisoka and fight them after they unlocked their post-mortem Nen. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, they're cooking.
Then Owl would have probably had to break things up because we all know he can't let that slide.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe he is one of Beyond's kids. Hey, okay. That would explain a lot with him being so unbelievably powerful and cool and hot and all. That's so true.
All of those.
Yeah. I don't know if you're talking about Owl or Genthru here, to be honest with you, but it applies to both.
Yeah.
Thanks for making this channel something... Oh, this is unironic now. Thanks for making this channel something I can look forward to every week. It's been really fun commenting and hearing you guys have fun with Hunter x Hunter every podcast, especially with the great guests.
See,
Thank you.
what if that part was ironic though? Like
That could still be ironic.
Oh.
In all seriousness, thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for that awesome
Yeah.
theory. I mean, yeah, that kind of only complements the theories we already came up with, so...
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right
I
on.
will say my one nitpick with it is that, as we've established, Genthru is the center of the universe. So if anything, it's actually Hisoka that's Genthru in disguise.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's fair to say.
But other than that, really solid theory.
Yeah.
Yeah. I respect it for sure.
But yeah. All right. Our next comment comes from Streptobeep. That's a fun name to say. His actual power level is kind of difficult to pinpoint. It seems some people view him as the weakest antagonist just because they don't like him. But planting all those Nen bombs and still being very good at combat shows that he is very powerful. He may have a face only a mother could love. Oh, you take that back. You take that back right now. But it
bonks
feels
all
like
over
people
everybody.
underestimate him. Yeah. Okay.
Lots
So-
of dissect from this one.
Yeah, that's not even funny, the way you slandered this man.
Yeah, that ain't
Um,
right.
Yeah, that ain't right at all.
He is the most Giga Chad character in all of Hunter x Hunter.
Giga Chad, that's right.
But
That
yeah,
chin is too good, too powerful.
The chin is truly insane.
oh
In
my
a good
god,
way.
yeah.
In a good way.
In a good way, yeah. That thing's beautiful.
I've thought a lot about that chin.
Let me tell you, I sure have too.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. At all.
Okay, so the image we use on the call out post, I knew it was low quality, but I just looked at it again and I didn't realize how low quality it was. Holy shit.
We're kind of doing him a disservice with that one.
Where are the pixels, William?
That was like one of the first images on Google.
Where are the pixels, William? Oh my gosh. Thank you for the comment,
anyway,
though.
yes,
he's
thank
not the
you.
weakest antagonist, though, for sure. He's the best.
Strongest. Meruem who?
Exactly. Miram wishes.
He really does.
Next up, we have from Grim Executioner saying, I actually unironically love Genthru. Hey, me too. His
do
ability,
too.
yeah. His ability is
Whoa,
super
whoa.
cool.
Unironically, hold on. We're being unironic and sincere. That's not allowed anymore. We can't do that. Can't do that. Sorry, continue.
Okay.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good. His ability is super cool, and the fight with him and Gon is one of the best in the series. Sure, he's bad compared to other Hunter x Hunter villains, but that doesn't take away from my enjoyment of him. Not every villain needs some complex goal. It's nice to have an evil villain for evil's sake in a world full of morally gray characters. His design is good too. It matches his childish antics, yet contrasts with his sinister ability. It fits his whole wolf in sheep's clothing act.
So, okay, I do like the fact that Genthru is just a shithead. I'm dropping the bit again for a sec here. I actually do really like that. I don't know. It is exactly as you said, compared to other Hunter x Hunter villains. I feel like if Genthru was in, like, Bleach or something, I wouldn't even bat an eye. I'd be like, hell yeah, whatever. Kick this guy's ass. But this is Hunter x Hunter. I expect more from it, and we just have this dude who is, like, labeled as the main villain of Greed Island. And
Also-
it just...
Yeah,
I'm
I
dropping
think-
a bit here too, just to engage with this thought, like, thoughtfully. But you say his whole design and just like his presentation matches his childish antics, which I don't disagree with. But also, like, he's kind of presented as like having this like goal of getting all the cards and having like a very like, I don't know. We don't know what he wants to do with those cards. I guess they never reveal that, which is kind of another fault of Togashi's writing in this case, in my opinion, because like he doesn't give us enough to chew on with Genthru. But like, how does his actions and his demeanor how is that childish when it's presented as like a very serious threat, or that he wants us to view him as a serious threat? Like, there's a lot of conflicting presentation issues with him. I think that's kind of the crux of my issue with Genthru.
Yeah. One thing I do think is legitimately interesting about Genthru, again, dropping the bit, he's the one Hunter x Hunter villain who's he's just a guy. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
he's just a shithead. He he seems fairly average. I mean, like, yes, he got the best of and killed all those other hunters, but his abilities were like designed for this game. So
specifically for the game.
of course he would. So I think it was like Togashi showing how Gon and Killua can do in their, immaturity of learning Nen can do against just a guy.
That's very true.
That's fair. Okay, I never thought of it that way specifically. Yeah, I don't know though. I feel like still at the end of the day though that like despite how whatever the intention was for Genthru, it just felt like there just wasn't enough meat to chew on for me to be invested in a character like him. And again, like it feels like that whole rivalry that people like to talk about with like him and Gon and how it kind of like sets Gon up, for further success, like his presentation of his character especially, right? I just don't see it because like that's literally like presented as like something we should be invested in like in the last like 5 episodes of like 2011, right? There's just like the very end of the chapter, and it's just kind of, it feels very forced to me, and like something not really believable as a dynamic, like those two being
also
like juxtapositions of each other.
I want to say that the role that you just described Genthru playing is like exactly what Benolt's role was just earlier in the arc.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like it's just a guy with Nen, and we're seeing how Gon and Killua can handle him. And it took them like what, 2 weeks or some shit to beat him, or a week?
Yeah, something like that.
Again, what Genthru did was a cool thing, but there were better ways to do that with better characters.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. We're on the same page pretty much.
Yeah.
I think we all kind of like Genthru in our own ways. I just think we all want more from him.
Yeah, like
I wanted more from him.
My issue ultimately is that there was potential for like a really like dynamic character with him, even if he was different from other villains in the series. But it just kind of like, it just felt like there wasn't enough time with him, and just feels like it was kind of flat compared to the presentation of other villains. That's my issue, ultimately.
It feels like Togashi thought about doing 5 different things with him, and then realized he didn't have time to do any.
Yes, that's a great way of putting it. And also, since the bits dropped here, I'll mention it here now as well. I don't like his design. I think Togashi designed some awesome characters in this series, and he has like a 90% success rate on most of them, right? Genthru is one of the misses, though. That just does
Genthru...
not. It is truly only a face a mother could love. That design is the most uncharismatic thing ever.
He has a side character ass design.
Like, you're gonna tell me that like Genthru is like is a primary villain in just any of these arcs? Like you're gonna present his face alongside the likes of like Hisoka, Crollo, Serenich, like all of these like banger designs, and then Genthru's pointy ass chin is there as well, like in the gallery of villains. I don't know, man.
I also want to say, like, a lot of the other actual side characters in Greed Island, I think, had better designs than Genthru. Like,
and Bara and Sub, they suck too.
Like if you swapped Genthru and Puhat's designs and changed nothing else about them, I feel like Genthru would be liked a lot more.
Yeah, probably.
Low key, yeah, I think you're right, actually.
It's his whole group they look like a filler arc, like villain group, like a Naruto filler.
Ooh, ouch. That's brutal.
Yeah.
Especially Bara and Sub, like those two, they do not look real. Those are not real character designs.
And those are actually just guys. Like they don't even have anything special about them. I don't know why they're even like associated with Genthru.
I don't know either. It could have just been Genthru, really.
It's weird. But anyways, Men in Black Flash again. We love Genthru.
We love Genthru.
We love Genthru, guys. He's the best character, and I agree with you. His fight's one of the best in the series, and not every villain. Like, I think he has a very complex goal that's very admirable, honestly, and that's really the only thing I disagree with about the comment. But otherwise, Genthru is cool.
Honestly, husband material. Love Genthru.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, next is from Issa, who says, I love the fact that everyone, and even Genthru, thought he was batshit crazy. For him to only get scared and think Gon out-crazies him. Yeah, true.
Gon is a little screwed up in the head, and that shows it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's messed up. That guy's a psycho. I also never understood why Bluesky didn't fight Genthru. She should easily beat his ass. Well, I mean, she was testing them.
Yeah. Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought Gon wanted to fight Genthru himself. I might be misremembering that.
No, he did, because of the whole, like, I killed those guys thing that got Gon pissed off. That's literally, like, the only plot
reason.
significance the two have with each other.
No, he didn't care about the cards of that, where it's just like, he killed people. I'm gonna beat his ass. Like,
that's how Gon works.
That's how he works.
Is.
Yeah, admittedly, yeah, you're right.
I know the story is about Gon, so Gon has to do it. Yeah. But it would be nice if Bluesky said something. This is something you have to overcome. If I do it, you won't be able to go to the next level or something like that. Well,
she kind of already set that up.
Also,
prior,
I feel like it's implied.
To be fair to them, we watched Genthru and Sub and Bara do their thing. We know that Genthru's doing all the work and Sub and Bara are just guys. They don't know that. All they know is that the three of them are working together and Genthru is the leader. They don't know that Sub and Bara are absolute frauds.
True. Yeah. For all they knew, those guys could have been more dangerous than Genthru.
Yeah. I was hoping to see some, like, cool Nen abilities from them at the very least, the fights, but nope.
Nothing.
Nothing.
They get their asses beat. And the next level would be if Gon did everything how the plan was supposed to go. The learning factor would be even if someone is stronger in every way. If you plan good enough and rely on smarts instead of only strength, you can overcome everything. The message ended up kind of being the exact opposite of that, honestly, because it shows that Genthru planned everything and fucked up and failed, and then Gon just kind of barged in and punched him and won.
Yeah, that's kind of how the fight was presented too, right? Like, Gon just kind of like guerrilla warfare, or not guerrilla warfare. That's like he just kind of was just straight up a guerrilla the entire fight. He just punch, and it eventually worked.
Yeah,
it's not like he didn't think. He did the rock strategy.
No, he did the rock. I'm underselling it a lot, but. You know.
Yeah. It's just really funny to put it in a way that insults Genthru. Because Genthru is just such a goddamn loser.
You take that back. He's our favorite.
Yeah, take that back right now.
Sorry, I forgot we weren't dropping the pin anymore. You guys are going to have to reach through the Discord call and strangle me now.
Anyways, to finish up this comment. Yeah. AKA Beyond versus Meruem. Beyond versus Meruem? Won because of planning and smarts and not because of strength.
I think you got a name mixed up there. Unless you're seeing into the future or alternate timeline.
Alternate timeline, I guess. Unless Meruem gets revived, I guess.
Yeah. I think they just meant like Isaac Netero, but yeah.
Yes,
Netero. Yeah.
Just poking fun.
But. Although, personally, I wouldn't say planning and smarts trumps strength was the moral of that story. I would say the moral of that story is that having a bomb in your chest trumps everything. But yeah.
Yeah, it was that nuclear warfare is the right solution, I think.
Yep. Exactly. Anyway, our next comment is from Kenny50001. And says, I've always seen Genthru as the one perfect example of an antagonist that is equal to Gon. Throughout the series, Gon has either fought highly overpowered Nen users way above his level, for example, Hisoka and even the Phantom Troop, for instance, during the Yorknu arc. On the other hand, you got Gon overpowering most of the people in the Hunter exam, and later on, even Neferpito. Genthru is the perfect antagonist in the series in terms of being an equal to Gon.
He sure isn't presented like that, though. That's kind of my thing.
Yeah, I think presentation is key there.
I think I agree with that.
Nah.
Because Genthru is definitely, like, stronger than Gon. It's just that Gon had that dog in him. And also a
that's all
big
there is
rock.
to it. His drive was stronger.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't really agree. I think like there is the recipe for making that happen, but it just didn't happen.
Yeah.
Again, it just kind of felt like Togashi didn't really know what direction to pull Genthru into, like what his role, 100% was within Grid Island and for Gon specifically. And I don't know. There's just something missing.
Yeah.
That's the best way I can describe my
And-
feelings about Genthru. Something's missing.
And like not to get into power scaling here, but
Yeah, be careful with what you say.
yeah. I think Genthru had kind of a disadvantage in the fight because Genthru's a conjurer and Little Flower's a transmutation ability. Countdown's his main ability, but he can't really use that in combat, whereas Gon was free to fight with enhancement. And despite that, Genthru was beating the crap out of Gon for a bit, so I think it's kind of wrong to call them equal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean Genthru even literally says that like he's not well equipped for hand-to-hand combat, like close quarters combat like that, but he still has the upper hand for most of the fight.
Yeah.
So there's something to be said there, but yeah, that's power scaling. We don't do that here.
Yeah, let's not dive too much into that.
It's forbidden.
But I also do want to say real quick that I think really the emotional climax for Gon in Greed Island is Razor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Genthru is just like a weird
Absolutely.
bonus thing.
Yeah, I don't know what Togashi was
Genthru's
originally
just
thinking with that
kind of
character.
there.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, thank you for the comment though, regardless.
Yes.
Next up we have I never know how to say your name, so I apologize again if I butcher this, but Paya Isola or Paya, I don't know, something like that. I'm sorry. I can't really sympathize with him the way I can with the likes of Crollo or Meruem. He is missing the coolness and uniqueness of other antagonists. There you go. Genthru is just a psycho, but not the cool kind. He ain't interesting. Visually, one of Togashi's weakest villains. All that said, I like his fight with Gon being the more interesting part, and I actually love the concept of the bomber. His approach for Greed Island is also quite entertaining in the way it differs from the others. His fight wasn't the peak of Greed Island, though, because the dodgeball match exists, which takes away from his memorability. He was the villain the arc needed, in my opinion, but that's not making his character more interesting to look at in a vacuum. I think you put it perfectly, honestly.
Yeah,
Bit off. You put it the words directly how I wanted to say it. So
Yeah. Also, they called him a psycho, and not to nitpick, but I don't even know if he's a psycho, because psycho implies like craziness to me, but he's not crazy. He's just an asshole.
he's just a dickhead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I get it, but yeah, I mean, it's how I was trying to put it earlier, right? Like he's just visually and just presentation wise, he's lacking something compared to literally every other villain that Togashi has created, and like I think that's something to be said when you're looking at the standards of the series as a whole, right? Like Genthru is just very objectively missing something compared to everybody else.
Yeah.
And whether it's from the writing of the story or Genthru himself or both, like, it just kind of, he suffers as a result.
Yeah. Like, I'll put it this way. There have been times in my life where I have forgotten Genthru's name, but I have never forgotten Razor's name in my life. So that says a lot.
Yeah. And I also think, to just come back to it, you said a bit about this earlier, but like his design just kind of sucks. Like every other main antagonist's design communicates so much about their character.
Yeah.
But Genthru's design has very little to say.
It has nothing to say. I will argue. It's just a guy. Like he really is just a background character.
Yeah. Because like with Hisoka, even before he displays a lot of those traits, like you read into his design evokes certain feelings in you, gives you certain ideas about him. Genthru's does not do that. He just looks like a side character.
Yeah. Exactly.
And,
yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Next up is from Xander, our 99 watch along buddy,
Hell yeah.
who says Genthru's case is an interesting one. He's not a bad villain by any means, in my opinion. He's simply in a story where he's outclassed by the likes of Hisoka, Crollo, and the entire Phantom Troop. And, of course, the King, Meruem. Not only that, he's written by the guy who also wrote Toguro and Sensui in Yu Yu Hakusho, so it's understandable that in comparison to those giants, he falls a bit short. Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at before, too. He's not up to the quality I expect from Togashi. But if analyzed within the context of the arc he's in, I'd say he's the perfect villain for Greed Island. He encapsulates everything that gamers hate about other gamers. He's the toxic asshole who team kills and doesn't play fair. Anyone who has anyone who has played an MMO knows the type. I bet he's also the type of motherfucker that will burn down your house burn down your Minecraft village and steal all your shit just because he didn't feel like mining a cave himself. Since Togashi is a video game nerd, I'm 100% sure that Genthru is his attempt at portraying the stereotype, and I'd say that he succeeded in that. He's not meant to be a super deep character, just an obstacle to overcome in the context of an online video game, because if you think about it, toxic gamers are the real final boss of online MMORPGs. He has a cool power, a cool design, a really menacing presence and aura, sneaky tactics, bomber sounds, badass as fuck. What more do you need? In short, Genthru is a gamer. Enough said.
Certainly an interesting and unique perspective on Genthru. I'll give you that.
I have to say, this is actually kind of convincing. Like, I never considered it from that point of view. That's really clever.
I would say that makes me appreciate him much more than I do right now, but like I see the vision. I see the
vision.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like there were maybe some better ways to make that come across. But yeah, I do see the vision, and I feel like if he'd gotten a few more chances to show it, like that could have been a much more how do I put this? Like, a lot more people could have seen the vision.
Yeah, I think the more we have discussions like this, the more and more I'm being convinced that if the arc was just extended a little bit longer to spend a little bit more time with Genthru, especially at the beginning, and like build up that conflict more, like than they did, and instead of just like kind of dropping it all towards like the latter half of the arc. Like, I think it would have ended up a lot better in terms of, like, you know, appreciation for Genthru. But, you know, the way it is right now, we just needed more time.
Bottom line is I just wish Greed Island was longer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not by a lot. Yeah. It didn't need to be, like, too much longer. But, like, just, like, I don't know by how many chapters necessarily. But, like, I don't know, another, like, 10, 15, 20 chapters, something like that.
Around that range.
Yeah, and I feel like that would have been plenty of time to kind of explore Genthru's character a little bit more and get us more invested in that character and just kind of, if this was the intent of like the presentation of his character, kind of showcase that a little bit better.
Heck, even 5 chapters could have done it. He just needed something.
I actually think what that comment is saying could have been a really good like backstory for Genthru. Like, he was exactly that. He played online games and he was that asshole in them. And then he just was like, all right, I want to do it in real life.
Yeah, and that helped his inspiration for the bomber, kind of like, you know, using his prior experiences. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would have been awesome.
But yeah, all right. So Corolla B says he is definitely one of the weakest villains in terms of writing. However, this is kind of refreshing. Greed Island is between 2 really heavy arcs, York New City and Chimera Ants. So looking back, it's actually quite relaxing to have a forgettable villain with no twists and little complexity.
Now that is something I can appreciate a little bit. To some credit. Like, it is like a nice like break in between those 2 bombs of arcs.
Yeah.
So.
I see the vision, but I will also say, like, I think it's a bit of a mistake to rigidly divide the story into arcs, because what they're saying is we needed a bit more lightness after York New, but I feel like we got that with the majority of Greed Island. And like Razor did this exact thing, but better. Because Razor wasn't some super deep character with like a heavy backstory. Like, yeah, he was an obstacle, and so I think to have two of those villains in one arc is it's a bit much, because then when one is clearly better, it makes it feel like the other just has very little to offer. I shouldn't call Razor a villain. He's an antagonist, but you know. And then also, like, the start of the Chimera Ant arc, like, the starting section wasn't super heavy. It got that way eventually. So I think Genthru was in, like, the perfect spot in the story to actually be a serious and heavy villain. And, yeah. Anyway, that's just my opinion.
Yeah,
but I definitely... Yeah. I see the vision.
Exactly what you said. Like, Razor kind of already did the same thing, but way better, and then you just have Genthru try to do it again, but like way, way worse. It's just jarring. Like, it's almost like, honestly, if Razor wasn't there, I feel like people would like Genthru more. It's just you have a comparison just like a few chapters back. You know, that's what kind of kills Genthru.
Mm-hmm. I'm in full agreement.
100%. Next up we have from what the heck? I don't know how to read this. I'll just say Paulo Wank. I'm not gonna try and pronounce all of that at once. So you're stuck with that. He is low tier, but he always uses his brain till the end. You rarely find villains use their brain in other anime. I mean, he certainly did use his brain. I will give him that much credit.
He used it.
I mean, granted, his plan was going
his best.
His plan was going accordingly until Gon got involved,
it's just Gon fucked it all up.
So I mean, he can't deny he is smart, I guess.
It really was working.
But then again, if your plan gets that badly fucked up by a 13-year-old who learned Nen like a few weeks ago, that's embarrassing.
True.
It wasn't a very good plan.
No, I mean, how could he?
True.
In all fairness, how could he foresee that happening though? Like,
The stars
kind of aligned.
I also want to say, no, I think the stars aligned to let him get that far in the first place.
That's
like
true.
In that scene in the cave, if all those players had just like jumped him, if a few of them had more combat-oriented Nen abilities, he would have been done.
Yeah, he would have been.
That was really risky and stupid, and he just got lucky that like none of them had combat abilities.
Which is so weird when you think about it. Like, how many hunters did they recruit for that Green Island expedition? And none of them had abilities that could like stop him? Like, I don't know. That's
and like,
so far
why was Batera recruiting a bunch of hunters for a dangerous video game without combat abilities?
Yeah.
What were they
and this
doing,
isn't...
man?
Great question.
This isn't just speculation. I want to point out that one of the hunters in the crowd says, "Oh my god, he killed Jispa, and Jispa was one of the few people among us with a combat-based ability." Like, what are they even doing?
I do not know.
Greed Island, man. Greed Island.
Greed Island.
Next is from Yuba Obab, who says he really gets outshined by Razor and the Phantom Troop. LOL. And that's exactly right.
We were just talking about that. Yep.
That's what we were saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Phantom Troop is also there, by the way.
They are there.
Yeah. And like, I just want to say, the Phantom Troop were barely in it at all.
I still wonder sometimes why they were even there. I mean, I know why they were there, but did they have to be there?
Yeah, I feel like Togashi doesn't often plan things out far in advance. He just kind of lets his writing go where it takes him. And sometimes that's good for the story, sometimes that's not great for the story. And so I feel like he thought, oh, I'll throw the Phantom Troop in there. Maybe I can do something interesting with them. But then he just changed his mind. because you know he does that.
It was just the I meant exorcism stuff, which like kind of got resolved towards the end, like independent of the troop. So like, it's just really weird.
Yeah.
Looking back on it, you could definitely tell he was riding loose with Green Island overall.
Yeah.
I feel like he like probably whenever he went into it, he planned for it to be a much bigger arc, but maybe he just like got tired of it or came up with Chimera Ant and just wanted to move on. I don't know. It's
Yeah, I agree. Like it feels like he tends to do that.
yeah, absolutely.
But yeah. Next we've got the Young Knight .319 or 3119, Jesus, who says who?
Our bombing
yeah,
king.
who indeed. We know nothing about this guy.
No.
Like we know he wants to beat the game. We know he's ruthless. And we know he kind of cares about Sub and Bara because he wants to split risks with them. But, yeah. We know, like, nothing else about him. And unlike a lot of other characters, Togashi doesn't even give us room to speculate. Like, for instance, Kaluto Zoldyck, I think, is a very dynamic and deep and fascinating character with so much under the surface that isn't spelled out in the series that you can pick up on like rereads and looking closely at it. You can't do that with Genthru. There's nothing there.
There's nothing.
No.
Yeah.
No
He's
context.
just a guy.
Yeah, you'll notice in the call out post, obviously the call out post for this episode was pretty ironic, but I did say, tell us your theories. And that was meant to be a joke, but not one person has a real theory about Genthru. Probably because there's nothing to theorize about. There's nothing to think about with Genthru. You never need to think about him again after he's out of the story.
Yeah, like a great thing to theorize about would be his motivation, but nobody did that because nobody cares because he's just a guy.
There's nothing to grasp onto. We don't even know why he wants like the cards in the first place.
No.
Like, you know, what his ultimate goal is once he's able to choose
The pregnancy
a card.
stones, probably. But
All right,
The
yeah,
only
that's a
thing,
given.
the only thing you could grasp onto on Genthru is that pointy ass chin.
that's right. You could grip that thing. It's very grippable.
It's a very grippable chin. Okay. Well, going on to the next comment from P. Bustilade, I think.
I'm sorry, I just have to say, Genthru is explosive and grippable.
Yes.
There it is.
Truly.
There it is.
That should be the title of this episode.
Maybe. I'll think about it.
But P. Bustilade now says in this next comment, the most punchable face in the entire series.
That's true.
I can't really argue against that, truly. Like
yeah.
If you ask me who has the most punchable face in Hunter x Hunter, Genthru would certainly be near the top at least. Like, I don't know if another character could beat him out.
Yeah, the thing is, for me, I don't care enough about Genthru's face to want to punch him. Like,
Oh.
but you know
Put
who?
it.
Like, okay, his face is pretty punchable, but I would like to nominate. I think his name is Nugui. If you guys even remember who that is. Little pop quiz.
Oh my gosh, it's sad.
Oh, I know that name.
I know the
I might
name.
not
I
say
can't
it
put
right.
I know the name. I
He's-
can't put the face.
Is that this is a total guess. Is that the butler?
Yes, he's
Oh!
King Nasabi's butler.
Yes.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that guy.
Hell yeah,
That guy has
I
a
got it.
punchable face.
Yeah, that's pretty punchable.
Yeah, that guy and Camilla.
Oh, Camilla, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That's a good one.
I'll give Genthru the number 3 spot.
Okay, yeah.
The only other character who immediately comes to mind of like I want to punch this guy so badly is Shia Poof.
You know what? That's
yeah.
a good point.
That
That's very good.
that guy I want to
Yeah.
like kick his face in most of the time when I see him.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I don't know. Shia Poof is less I want to punch him and more I want to torture him in a shipping container for up to a month.
Yeah.
It's a good way of putting it.
For me, I don't exactly want to punch him, but Benjamin, I just kind of want to rearrange his face. I just want to
Yeah,
I just want to do something to that thing.
his I hope his face is like soft like clay, so you can just his nose shouldn't be like that. Someone
No.
fix this
Yeah.
man's nose.
It's like his face
How
is like
does he
Mr. Potato
breathe?
Head.
Yeah.
It's
How
like you
does
could like
he breathe?
insert pieces on his head.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's incomplete.
Just add a little mustache.
They'd look great in a mustache.
He
That's
would.
what he
Oh my
needs.
God.
That would save him.
Yeah, that saved his life. But,
That's the cure to the TSK 17.
Yeah, just get a mustache. All right. Next is from the Jinzo Spoon, who says, it's a very engaging opening line here.
Yeah, I'm
I had a
curious.
very traumatic first experience with him. When I was a kid, a cousin of mine had the Hunter x Hunter OVAs on DVD.
Oh.
By that point, I had just seen the anime on TV, which only covered up to the end of the York New arc. I was excited to see what happens next. I had heard something about Gon and Killua having powers and stuff, but I didn't know much about Greed Island. But anyways, long story short, I put a random DVD on the video player, and it was the episode where Gon was fighting Genthru. I was so shocked when Gon lost one of his arms that I stopped watching. And for a couple of years, I thought that he had lost his arm forever.
Oh
Until
my
I
God.
finally watched the entire show
Oh my god.
That's really
Damn.
funny.
to Genthru. I'm sure that scene traumatized more than one person. It's hardcore AF, and now it's one of my favorite scenes. It shows how much of a freaking maniac Gon is. Yeah. Spooky stuff. So for me, Genthru was so scary. I don't think people now realize how powerful he was. Freaking Sesgera was scared of him.
Yeah, that's
Wow, that's a high bar. Sesgera was scared of him.
Yeah. It's a high bar because of how high he jumps.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm one of the few people that would love if he shows up in the story again. No, I would genuinely love it. I think it'd be interesting to see what
Yeah.
Takashi would do with him.
I
'Cause
would actually
give
be.
us it would give us more about him.
yeah.
I can't. I would legitimately be a little excited to see him again because
Yeah, I would.
again he's just like he's a shithead you can't help but love if they were to explore him a little bit more. I feel like that's kind of what his character
Yeah.
screams to me as.
Mm-hmm.
So I
Yeah,
don't know. And there's
honestly-
not really a reason for him not to show up again. Like he could. It's just a matter of like how would it fit, I guess. But
Yeah.
you know that's for Takashi to figure out, not me.
Yeah. One thing I will say is no disrespect to the Jinzo Spoon, but I think you might be feeling his aura because that was like the first scene you watched of Hunter x Hunter.
Yeah.
But after you've seen Hanzo breaking Gon's arm, after you've seen the things that go down in the Heaven's Arena arc, after
Well,
you
remember they said he just saw the anime on TV, so he watched all of up to the end of York
Yeah.
before seeing this.
did I misread that?
Yeah. So
I
they
had
watched.
just- Okay.
They watched through all of York New, and then they just saw like the random OVA with Gon getting his arm
Okay.
blown off, and then they.
Then
thought
yeah, I
that's-
totally misunderstood.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean,
yeah.
still, like seeing even without the rest of the context of Greed Island, I think that moment is probably more intense.
Yeah.
Like, it's-
Yeah. Especially because like the dodgeball fight is pretty intense.
Without
and it
seeing
just-
that, it's kind of more impactful for sure. I think.
Yeah, which is what we were talking about earlier. Razor stole the show from Genthru.
Yeah.
He
If
totally did.
Yep.
Because, yeah, I forget which of you said it, but one of you said if Razor wasn't there, Genthru would be much more beloved, and I fully agree with that.
Yeah. That's I
So,
said that.
yeah.
Yeah, it's really like Genthru's stuff happens where it should be like the falling action, because Razor was the climax, but then we just have like another climax after it, and it's not as cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like when roller coasters do that thing where they send you through the loop-de-loop, and then they send you through like a little drop, and it's like, oh, I mean,
Yeah,
that was
I got
alright,
cool
but
stuff.
I just went
Yeah.
through a loop-de-loop,
Right.
so,
It's a good comparison, actually.
It is.
yeah.
But I mean, I still respect the story though. It's a pretty cool story, honestly. I didn't expect something like that to come out of Genthru's character necessarily.
Yeah,
But,
thanks for that.
yeah. All right, I believe it's your turn now, CJ.
Yes.
Alrighty. So, next up, we've got Weary Exile, who says, well, I've been stacking on my Hunter Association podcast attendance. Slacking. Ah, Jesus. Oh, I messed this whole thing up.
Oh,
But I swear, on behalf of the good name of Owl, our goat and savior, that I've done my due diligence and watched up until episode 15 of Hunter x Hunter 1999.
oh, thank
so
you,
far,
Weary Exile.
Thank
I've
you.
enjoyed it considerably more than its even more frivolous relative, Full Metal Alchemist Original Edition, aka fuck manga artists and their own endings. Oh god, we don't talk about Full Metal Alchemist 2003, we just don't talk about that. Also, sorry about not being there for the episode of Kill Uwa. I believe that was his name. It's just that he is such a minor character in the grand scheme of things that I couldn't muster anything noteworthy to say about him, unlike our next top 5 villains in Hunter x Hunter contender, Gen Z. Gen Z through the rug. Oh my god. What can I say? I find people's lack of faith in this character disturbing. But in all seriousness, he is both properly estimated, yet still underappreciated. Just think about it. His personality and powers are cooler than at least half of the Phantom Troop, and to be perfectly honest, because of their lack of doing anything, half of the Phantom Troop members are just cardboard wielders of semi-cool to awesome Hatsus and are objects of Kurapika's hatred. Name one single good thing about Cortopi, besides his okayish Hatsu, or Shizuku, besides that she has a great personality and can suck any man dry in more ways than one. I doubt it. I doubt she has those talents. Anyway, as a collective, they are amazing. But a lot of them individually are barely characters.
Okay.
But back to the legend himself. Not only were his powers intimidating and creative, his presence, cunning, and viciousness were felt during the entire Greed Island arc. I disagree with that. And he was not even doing anything more than what was allowed within the confines of the system. Man just stood on badness,
He sure
I think.
stood on it.
He also has a couple of really great moments solidifying his Honored One status, like the reveal of him being the Sus Amogus, or when he said, "This is our Kaizen," and jujutsu'd all over the place, or when he healed Gon's arms. Genthru, what a man you are. You could never. Or Hisoka, you could never. God, there I go again. Also, how can I forget? His brain was solely responsible for almost beating the hardest game in the Hunter x Hunter world, making him truly a pro gamer. And that shot of him in the 2011 opening, after he yeets Ada and her screen time out of the way into the chorus, he is just so sick with it. But jokes aside, despite him not being as flashy as Hisoka, or as intriguing as Crollo, as memorable or developed as Meruem, or as intimidating as Royal Guards, he was one of the best parts of Greed Island alongside Razor, and a great driving force for the plot, making him effective, intimidating antagonist who one does simply underappreciate. So, after all this time, and always... Okay, I'll stop with the random references, but if the fools will not wake up to the truth, that is the one and only, our prince that was promised, by the law of equivalent exchange, let us bask in his glory for the duration of this episode. I rest my case. P.S. Can we please start pushing the Razor agenda? Not only is he built like a tank, a beast with Nen, he was also the original, just a chill, cool guy. And with that infectious smile of his, I'm still on my knees at Walmart. What does that mean? What did you mean by that? I'm still on my knees at Walmart. Explain yourself. Okay.
Fantastic comments.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was...
So...
They really poured their heart and soul into that.
yeah, there's a lot to unpack there.
Yeah. I will say, I think the comment about the Phantom Troop is... I mean, I find it to be just a little... it feels cruel to say disingenuous, but maybe just, like, not accurate, because, the Phantom Troop members didn't, they don't need to carry the same... A lot of them don't need to carry the same narrative weight as Genthru did.
Right, because
and
Crollo kind of does
also-
that by default.
Yep.
Yeah. And also, I think a lot of the Phantom Troop members, with the exception of Cortopi and Shizuku, who are my least favorites, I think all the other Phantom Troop members, you can read into their character a lot more, especially with the recent, it came out a few years ago, flashbacks of Meteor City and Sarasa and all that. Like, you can read into them a lot more and find a lot more hidden depth to their character that Togashi doesn't explicitly spell out, and I think that's really cool. And like we said earlier, you just can't do that with Genthru. There's just nothing there, and yet Genthru had to carry so much more narrative load than Cortopi did.
Yeah.
Yep, and Cortopi, you can at least say he has a cool design. It's interesting to look at,
Yeah.
It's interesting to look at.
And I think a more accurate comparison, like, you can't compare Genthru and Cortopi, but you can absolutely compare Cortopi to Sub and Bara, and in that case, I think Cortopi wins.
Yeah. Sub and Bara are truly just like the most nothing characters I can think of in the whole series. I don't even know why they're there.
Either way, though, you made some good points though about like what to appreciate about Genthru. I think it's just a matter of like, I don't know. It just kind of depends on how you look at him, I guess. Like, if you can definitely, it helps if you can kind of look past like him just having nothing to his character, I think, and just accepting him as kind of just like being there.
Yeah,
but I can't personally.
Like you said, he's just a dickhead.
Yeah. Which is fine.
But yeah.
It's just not like what I personally want out of Hunter x Hunter villain.
Right.
I think
And
that's
And even if I largely disagree with it, I think that was a pretty well-written comment, and it was cool to discuss. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Weary Exile. It's nice to have you back.
For sure. All right. Next up, we have one from Edokawa saying, I really liked when he said, it's bombing time, and proceeded to bomb all over the place. Absolutely.
Yeah, we just talked about that earlier.
Most memorable moment of Genthru. Aside from the I still have my friends scene, right?
Right.
All right. By the way, his second Hatsu is called Little Flower, and the most infamous bomb in the Hunter x Hunter world takes the shape of a rose.
Wow.
Second comment pointing that
big
out.
brains, yeah.
Ooh. There has to be more to it. I'm convinced.
There must be, guys.
All right. Thank you for the comment, Edokawa.
Yes. Okay. We
All
have
right.
the final comment here. We all know who it is. It's insert name.
Yeah.
He has graced us with the longest comment I have ever seen in my entire life. The one we are about to read is not it. This is the abridged version he gave us.
And
it
me and
is
Kaige are still
long
tag
as fuck.
teaming it. Yeah.
Yep, we're still splitting it in half. The actual comment is, it's like an essay. If he put that in MLA format, he could probably submit that to a college and get accepted. So thank you for that. I will be reading that in its entirety later on, but we do not have time to read that whole thing on the show. That would be insane.
If you guys want to see how magnificent that is, though, go check out the YouTube community post.
Yes. And as always, thank you, insert name. Your comments are just incredible. Thank you for the work you put into them. All right. So insert name says, a bridge version in case time is really tight. I mean, Genthru is no owl, but 10 hours is just so little time for such a character.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I know. I shouldn't have limited this to 10 hours, but we kind of have to.
Yeah.
Genthru is responsible for some of the coldest panels in the entirety of the Hunter x Hunter manga. The scene where he blows up the Alliance is one of the coldest in the entire series, in my opinion, and establishes him as a threat so well. I think it's hard to express how much this man loses in adaptation. The art in Gon vs. Genthru is some of my favorite in the entire series. Genthru is a relatively simple design that is until that fight, because Togashi goes off. Yeah, I do agree. From the scratchy design... Yeah. From the scratchy design as he threatens to kill Gon and Kilo at the start of the engagement to the fluid, kinetic action, and the application of robust definition/bolding. His menacing outstretched arm is so iconic. Dude is straight up on demon time in the manga, and I'm all here for it. Now, don't get me wrong, the scene where he is basically pelvic thrusting with his arms at his side with the massive Ken spiky balls around his hands in the 2011 is fucking epic. but it doesn't hold a candle to the sense of menace he just oozes in the manga. His long, lanky body with his arms out like a snake combined with Togashi's ultimate control over visuals just hits home. Yeah. Dylan, I'd recommend checking that out. It
I was
is
about to say,
very,
there's something
very,
I'm
very
missing
cool.
there for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the anime definitely did him dirty. That said, I will say, I think in the anime, he is nowhere close to menacing. In the manga, he is almost menacing.
Yeah, I think Insert Name's going a little far here. He is cool. He looks cool in that scene, but we can't give all this credit to him just for one cool moment. You know, that's just a little too far. Anyways, Genthru is the biggest example of wasting your potential in the entire series. Little flower, a handful of gunpowder, an admittedly dope as fuck name. Never let anyone say he doesn't have. Never let anyone say he doesn't have a knack of naming. It's literally useless. For those unaware, he is not immune to his explosions. This then requires him to defend himself from the own force damage generated by his ability. To defend against the explosion, he must generate enough protection via Ken with his 60% enhancement proficiency to protect his own hands from his own explosions. Why not just enhance your hands and punch them? True.
Yeah.
I don't know about that because he's closer to transmutation than to enhancement. So maybe if you run the numbers, it checks out somehow. But it's still not a very good ability.
Yeah, it's not. It's pretty bad. If he focused exclusively on the enhancement of his own hands, he could generate the same kinetic force at literally half the aura expenditure. I lost my place. Oh, Genthru has created an aura wasting machine in which he creates an explosive blast and expends more aura than if he decided to punch them. At best, it's useful for lighting flammable objects. Sorta, yeah. I mean,
I
killed
kind
the
of see
guy.
what you're saying, but yeah. Yeah, I think either way, he's just kind of like not fit for hand-to-hand combat in general.
yeah.
Yeah.
And like that's intentional. I mean, he probably didn't really figure he needed to be.
Right.
Like, it's
That's
not
how
the
story
worst
was set
ability
up.
we've seen, but it's not good.
Yeah, I'm with you.
By adding the verbal phrase to countdown, it prevents identical contact from triggering its removal, or incidental contact from triggering its removal. Saying bomber is something that I can easily say while connecting a punch. Earnestly try to say, I have caught the bomber as fast as possible. Seriously try it. All right. I mean, well, it's I caught the bomber, isn't it? I guess it depends on the translation, but
Yeah, it probably depends on translation.
Yeah.
yeah. I don't know what the Japanese saying. That would be the real accurate way to tell, is whatever the Japanese saying is.
That's a good point, though. Like, imagine like going
Yeah,
just like trying
I
to strike a
should-
fast
I
punch, be
should
like, I
look
caught the
that up.
bomber. Like,
Yeah,
that's a good point, actually.
it is. It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
he
very
never
true.
used countdown in combat.
No,
Right.
never. It's not going to be as easy to say that fast enough while engaging in a fight.
Right.
It forces you to be deliberate when engaging him, but at the same time risks the attacker losing focus, opening them up to counterattack from Genthru. It's a downside that boosts his Nen, but at the same time is beneficial. Very clever design.
Okay. No,
Yeah.
I see it. Yeah. And then
I mean-
I'll be. Go ahead. Sorry, CJ.
I think that last paragraph is a really, really good idea. The problem with it is that Togashi didn't do that idea.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it feels less like reading into Genthru and more like saying, you know, it would have been so much cooler if Togashi did this. And I do agree. I think it would have been cooler. I don't know. I mean, the Gon versus Genthru fight was really good, but it might have made more sense and been more interesting if Genthru tried to fight him with countdown. I don't know.
I think so too. Yeah,
I think it
that
would have
would've
made for a
been-
more interesting fight, for sure.
Yeah.
But,
Okay. Now, and I'll be going ahead and taking the last half of this insert name comment. So, I have multiple questions about the death of the first victim we see from Genthru's abilities. He is one of the people to enter as part of the Batera new recruit clearing initiative, and he blows up in an open area and is described as blowing up from the inside. How did Genthru do this? Assuming that the person who made the statement about him blowing up the inside is wrong, and instead it is the more conventional countdown applied to the areas Genthru touches, can none of them see the bomb? Was none of them using Gyo? Everyone is a Nen user. At least someone should be able to see that for sure, right? That's a really good point, actually. Was nobody ever using that?
Yeah, I guess not.
Maybe they felt safe enough they didn't want or need to use it. I don't know.
I mean, honestly, the real answer here is probably just the fact, like, this was the first victim, and I really don't think Togashi had figured out how the ability worked yet.
Yeah, I agree with that, because, again, in order to use that ability, Genthru has to explain it to his target, so why was his target not freaking out and going, guys, there's a bomb on me, someone help.
Yeah.
That would have been funny.
Yeah.
Assuming he is telling the truth, did Genthru touch the inside of the dude? Just slide his pasty pale arm down the man's throat or do surgery on him? Whoa. When did he even have time to do this? It can't be a little flower because he's not around, and it's a public place when he would have not had the time to both reveal the bomber and explain his abilities without implicating himself. Like, is this just a conventional explosive? Did they hire him before he entered the game? In real life, if I wasn't assuming Togashi just hadn't ironed out the ability, I'd assume Genthru has a secret third ability we are just unaware of because this just seems impractical.
It could have literally just been a real bomb. You never know.
I guess there's nothing saying it wasn't.
God. Not to make an Umineko reference, but there were small bombs in the food.
I guess I never really thought about the circumstances of that first death, though. That's interesting now.
Yeah, I'd never thought about that either. See, this is why I love insert names comments. This is the kind of shit he always brings to the table.
Absolutely. How did Genthru disguise himself in the Alliance to take down the game? Presumably the reason the group joined together is that they were weaker players who used this method to beat the game. They are all Nen users and can presumably see the aura around others. Genthru's little flower is not all that and makes use of his superior combat ability and higher aura. Did none of them notice that Genthru had significantly higher aura than the rest? How did he hide this given the gap seems to be daunting? Like their best fighter got dealt with in seconds, meaning Genthru must have been leagues above them. Did he never use Nen around them ever? Not to mention the ever-present problems of having to hide your Hatsu. Like, don't get me wrong, I understand the idea of keeping it secret, but I feel like someone should have asked. Like, at least have one person who knows each person's ability in the case of betrayal type things. Like a whole like Batman Justice League thing. I kind of get it. Yeah. I guess given his higher skill, he could pass for an enhancer, but I think this is really something they should have noticed or had on their radar.
It could just be as simple as he lied, like, or it could just also be as simple as they did not think about doing this. They just weren't smart.
A lot of the questions in Greed Island that are like, why didn't X do this, can be answered by, they're stupid.
Yeah, they're just incompetent. That's the bottom line, for sure. The accompanying chase and maneuvering around it was truly one of the best displays of a hunter's mentality. It's one of the first times we get to see two groups of active hunters engage in a battle of wits, and quite frankly, it's so effective at using planning and counterplay. I would agree if half of it wasn't just spamming a company on.
It's just goofy to watch. Like, it is, I guess, smart. It is smart. It's just really funny to actually watch happen.
I will say, in the anime, there's this, like, groovy soundtrack that's going while they do that, and it's like, I kind of feel it. But in the manga, it's just like, a company on, a company on, a company on.
It's just, they're just spamming that, so, like, it doesn't feel very, like, mindful, like, when you're experiencing that. I see what you're saying, but, you know,
I think at the end there, the way they the trio presented themselves as, like, helpless, and, like, they were being ambushed, and this wasn't a crazy plan. That was cool. That was cool as heck. But that had nothing to do with Genthru.
No.
Yeah.
That was Bluesky.
Yep.
That was all Bluesky. So like, what were Sub and Bara doing while Genthru was pawing around? Doesn't that go back to the question though of like why Sub and Bara were even like associated with Genthru in the first place? So
Yep.
what
Sure
did he
does.
see in them? I don't know. It's weird. I honestly wonder how he would have fared versus the dodgeball match. His chin would have been caved in, I think.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
would not have done well.
He might have honestly died in that match.
I think he would have died. Yeah.
One shot, he's just dead.
He's not beating a Razor dodgeball. Like,
Sub
what's
and
he gonna
Bara
do?
definitely would have been dead.
Gosh.
Sub and Bara would have like
I-
jumped in front of the ball one after another, and then it'd be just Genthru left, and then he'd also just get his head blown off.
Sub
Yeah.
and Bar would turn to dust on contact.
Hot take. I don't even think they could have beaten the initial like pirate athletics
No,
contest.
No.
probably not.
No.
Never.
Yeah, there's no
They didn't
wondering
stand a
about
chance.
that. We all know the outcome if he were to. That's why maybe part of it. Maybe originally Tagashi wanted like Genthru to be involved in or around like the dodgeball thing or Razor, but like he's realized, wait, I wrote Razor to a point where there's just no conceivable way this is like a believable conflict. So,
Yeah.
You know a cool thought I kind of just had, and who knows if it would actually be cool in execution, but what if they like had to get Genthru on their team? Like they had to fill slots, so they just had to ask Genthru to do the dodgeball fight with them.
See, I think that could be pretty cool, and it would be an opportunity to flesh Genthru out a bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That like we so
Yeah.
sorely needed. I mean, what did Sesgera and his group even do for the story? Like,
I got their ass kicked.
we
Yeah.
could have had Genthru in there instead of them,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it could have actually been awesome.
Yeah.
Granted, I'm happy with how the dodgeball like section ended
Oh,
up
yeah.
as is, but
Yeah.
like, food for thought though. Like there's more potential there even.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
One thing I will say is this comment really highlighted for me just how Greed Island is the opposite of the Succession War. Because in the Succession War, like, everyone and their mother is a goddamn genius who
Yeah.
can come up with these ridiculous ideas. In Greed Island,
Yep.
everyone is just stupid. Everyone.
Yep.
Yep.
Nobody's a
Like-
strategist in Grid Island, except for
The
Genthru,
s-
I guess. But,
I think I don't know, he barely even counts. The smartest person in Greed Island, I think, is Bluesky. And Bluesky's not that smart.
No.
no, I love Biscuit.
No.
But no, she's not that smart.
Well, I guess Hisoka.
I was about to say that
He's there too.
Probably was actually the smartest one there,
Yeah.
because he
But
was
he
also
didn't-
he had the Phantom Troop stuff going on
Yeah.
at the same time, and he was
But
playing
he
the fuck out of
used-
them.
He used his smarts like once.
Yeah, but it
So
was
it's just-
still smarter than like anything else anybody did
Yeah.
in the arc. So
It just felt like the everyone is stupid arc.
yeah,
And now
everybody.
we have the exact opposite.
That's Grid
Yep.
Island for you. Yep. And that's how great the Succession War is. But, yep, we're done with the insert name comment. Again, go check out the community post if you want to see the 3 times as long comments somehow. I'm really curious how that looks, so I'll be checking that out myself too. But, yeah. That's it for community comments this week. Again, usual reminder, if you want to get in on the fun discussing each topic on our podcast week to week, make sure to check out the YouTube community posts as well as Twitter and Bluesky call-out posts weekly. And you can always email your thoughts at hunterassociationpod@gmail.com if you're an audio-only listener.
Yes. And with that, this has been the Hunter Association. Thank you so much for listening. We are available on all major podcasting platforms as well as YouTube for the video version. Be sure to follow, rate, and review on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. You can also follow us on Twitter at TXHXAPod as well as Bluesky at THAPod for updates on the show and as an alternative way to submit responses to the weekly call-out posts. As always, we'll be here the same time every week talking about Hunter x Hunter.
Well, not the same time for this episode, but
Oh yeah, this one's a little different because of circumstances that are not relevant to the discussion.
Circumstances not relevant to the first of the fourth month of the year.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. CJ, thank you so much for coming on once again. It's been our absolute pleasure to have you on again. Where can people find you online?
You guys can find me on YouTube at SuccWarCentral. Hope to see you there.
Yes.
Yep. Please go check out CJ's
out.
channel. Yeah,
Yes.
that's great content over there for sure.
Absolutely. And Dylan, where can people find you?
You can find me online on Twitter and Bluesky at DJ Tengen. That's DJTENGEN. And yeah, go follow me there if you're interested.
Yep, and you can find me at Kaige10 on Bluesky. That's KAIIGE10. You know the drill. Mm-hmm. And next week we are going to be talking about Gon.
Part 1, because there's no way in hell we are fitting in an entire discussion on his character in one episode.
Yes. We are doing part 1. We haven't actually figured out what the split is going to be at. We'll probably talk about that tonight. It'll either we might end up talking about Greed Island again next week, but we might save that for a part 2. It's either, so here's what we're debating. It's either we'll do everything before Greed Island, or we'll do everything before Chimera Ant, and Chimera Ant will be its own part 2. I don't know yet. We'll see. But we'll figure it out.
Play by ear.
But regardless, we will see you next week for the Gon retrospective, and then Hunter x Hunter 99 will resume after that. And the following month, we'll be back with Gon part 2 with a guest that people have been wanting to come back on for a while.
Yeah, to be announced.
Yes. All right. Anybody have any final thoughts before we round off?
Long live our bombing king.
Genthru is love. Genthru is life. Genthru, please. I want to be your wife.
Long live Genthru,
perfect.
our king. Yep.
Yes. Hey, he's still alive. But he does not top Owl. I need to make that clear.
No, Owl is our number 1 go always. If Genthru is the king, Owl is God, to be honest with you.
I mean, yeah. He's my god.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We will see you next week, and it won't be a joke.
If you stuck with us to the very end, I honestly commend you and your willpower.
Yes.
Truly.
Thank you.
A special message to everyone who makes it to the end here. Thank you for dealing with our silliness.
Much.
And thank you guys once again so much for having me on. It was a pleasure, as always.
It was a pleasure.
Absolutely. All right, guys. We'll see you next week.
Yep. See you next week.
Ciao.
That went well.
I'm sorry, guys. I felt so cruel.
I put us back on track. It's fine. It's fine. Had to commit.
It is very mean, but our audience is pretty chill, except the ones that aren't. But that's okay.
Yeah.
But those people like comment one time and then like never return to the channel again. So like.
Oh boy. We said we were gonna be half ironic and half serious, and we were like 200% ironic.
I know. We doubled down.
Yeah.
Hope we don't get in trouble.
I mean, this is the internet. Surely nobody will take us seriously.
Surely. Nobody did that on the Owl episode, so we're good.
I'm just waiting for all the hate we get about Gon, about all our trash talk about Gon.
Yeah.
I feel like I might get crucified for calling Killua a henchman.
But they could also just go and watch the Kilo retrospective we did with you, where we laid our hearts out.
Yeah.
My hope,
Nah,
though,
they'll-
is that with the Gone stuff, especially with how much we really laid into them, that people think it's obviously a joke at that point if they listen through that much.
I sure hope so.
I really
don't know,
hope
though.
so.
Some people cannot take a joke.
No, well, that's not our problem necessarily.
That's right. I don't care. We're just having
Yeah.
fun. This is the end, guys. You can you can go home now. Thank you for watching and listening to this, though. This was a really dumb episode, but we appreciate you sticking through. You can. There's no secrets. I promise. There's nothing else to listen to for the entire 10 hours of this. It's just it's a bit. Keep with the bit. So happy April Fools, and stay safe from all those tricks out there. Also, no hard feelings to actual Genthru fans, by the way. I think we got actually some good discussion about him in this episode, along with the dumb bits. We do not hate Genthru that bad. Like, we don't even really hate him. He's just a whatever character, No hard feelings. This is all in good fun. These are very exaggerated opinions being expressed here, so don't, just for goofs and gaffs. But yeah, guys, take it easy, and we will see you next week for a real episode. We just gotta have some fun every once in a while. You know how it is. All right, see ya.